Chapter 825. Jianchen carried the white tiger to the front of the boulder and said with a chuckle, "Little White, don't you like to eat heavenly treasures the most? This sunflower is a 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure. It should be able to increase your strength a lot." The little white tiger sniffed and was quickly attracted by the morning sunflower. It immediately let out a cheerful cry and leaped to the front of the morning sunflower. It opened its mouth and swallowed the morning sunflower, chewing it happily. Since the white tiger's strength reached the 6th rank, the effect of 1,000-year-old heavenly treasures was almost negligible. Only 10,000-year-old heavenly treasures were of great use to it. Seeing the white tiger wolfing down the sunflower, Jianchen couldn't help but smile. He jumped onto the boulder and carefully protected the remaining roots of the sunflower. He didn't dig it out together with the root. The sunflower was very rare. It wasn't as common as ordinary heavenly treasures. Jianchen didn't want to completely destroy this rare sunflower. As long as the roots were not broken, there was a possibility for it to grow again in the future. After eating the sunflower, the white tiger let out a loud burp with satisfaction. Then it nimbly jumped onto Jianchen's shoulder and climbed down. It closed its small eyes and was about to fall into a deep sleep to digest the effects of the 10,000-year-old heavenly treasure. Jianchen hurriedly took the white tiger down from his shoulder and kept shaking its head. He said, "Little White, now is not the time to sleep. There must be a large amount of 10,000-year-old heavenly treasures in the sea of illusory stars. There might even be 10,000-year-old heavenly treasures. You must not miss such a treasure land. Quickly use your strength to find more heavenly treasures. As long as you have a large amount of heavenly treasures, I believe you will soon become a 7th-rank magical beast." The white tiger had already gained intelligence. Although it couldn't speak, it could already understand human language. When it heard Jianchen's words, its small eyes suddenly lit up. The feeling of drowsiness disappeared in an instant and it became energetic again. It immediately stood up from Jianchen's shoulder and sniffed the air with its nose. Gradually, the white tiger's small eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, it became extremely excited. It then leapt off from Jianchen's shoulder and shot off into the distance as a white blur. It disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Jianchen's face changed drastically. He called out, "Little White, come back quickly. It's dangerous here. You can't run around." Jianchen became extremely worried as he watched the white tiger disappear from sight. He knew just how terrifying the sea of illusory stars was. Not only were there many saint ruler corpses, there were also many difficult-to-detect formations hidden everywhere. Even though the white tiger was a winged tiger, it was still only a Class 6 magical beast. As he worried for the white tiger's safety, Jianchen no longer cared about anything else. He used the illusory flash and turned into a blur as he chased after the white tiger. Just as Jianchen chased after it for a few kilometers, the landscape before him suddenly changed. At that moment, the world suddenly darkened. When Jianchen returned to his senses, he discovered that he had arrived in a vast expanse of outer space. Countless stars filled every inch of space, densely packed together. He had no sense of direction at all in the vast expanse of outer space. Everything was the same in every direction. Jianchen discovered that he had actually lost his sense of direction as soon as he arrived. Not only was he unable to tell north from south, east from west, he could not even tell up from down from left to right. This is an illusion formation," Jianchen murmured as he became extremely stern. He knew that the illusion formation he had encountered this time was much more profound. Just the image of outer space was not something a regular illusion formation could compare to. This is troublesome. I've completely lost my sense of direction. I probably can't get out of here. How do I get out of this illusion formation? Looking at the style of the formation, it must have been cast down by a great master of the Dragon Clan in the past. I probably can't forcefully get out of it with my current strength, Jianchen murmured. He was extremely worried. He was very worried about the white tiger running around in the sea of illusory stars. Suddenly, a deep roar came into Jianshan's ears. Hearing this sound, Jianshan's face suddenly revealed a trace of joy. He exclaimed, "Little White!" The next moment, a white shadow flashed before Jianshan's eyes. The white tiger had returned and suddenly appeared in the illusion formation. Immediately, its petite body became 3 meters long. It directly drilled under Jianshan's crotch and let Jianshan sit on its back. Then, it leaped. Jianshan only felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. Then, the line of sight in front of him suddenly became bright. He had left the illusion formation and reappeared in the sea of illusory stars. All around him were the familiar mountains. After its body grew bigger, the white tiger carried Jianshan and nimbly leaped between the mountains. It moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it carried Jianshan's body and stopped in front of a small tree that was only 3 meters tall. The small tree was very lush. Through the thick branches and leaves, several fist-sized red fruits could be vaguely seen. Woo 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 woo. The white tiger's eyes shone as it looked at the red fruit. Its eyes were full of covetousness and it was very excited. Jianshan stared at the red fruit. Although he didn't know the names of the fruits in front of him, looking at the white tiger's appearance, he already knew that it was an unknown heavenly treasure. Jianshan got down from the white tiger's back and slowly walked to the small tree. He was about to go forward and pick the fruit. Woo 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 woo. The white tiger immediately blocked in front of Jianshan. Its pair of front paws kept fiddling with something. It seemed to be conveying a message to Jianshan. Jianshan's face revealed a puzzled expression. However, he quickly understood and said, "Little White, you're saying that this kind of heavenly treasure needs to be stored in a jade box?" The white tiger immediately nodded. Hearing this, Jianshan suddenly understood. On the Tianyuan continent there were many kinds of heavenly treasures. Some of them didn't need to be stored in a special way. They could be directly picked and would not lose their spiritual energy. However, at the same time, there were some unique heavenly treasures that needed to be stored in a jade box. Only then could the spiritual energy not leak out and be stored for a long time. The unknown fruits in front of him were clearly the latter. They needed to be stored in a jade box to seal the spiritual energy inside. Jianshan immediately rummaged through his space ring. Very quickly, he found a square-foot jade box. He carefully stored the red fruits on the tree inside. He knew that most of the heavenly treasures that needed to be stored in a jade box were precious items. They couldn't be touched at all. Otherwise, the heavenly treasure would be destroyed. Looking at the 9 red fruits in the jade box, Jianshan smiled. He could feel that the fruits contained an abnormally vast amount of spiritual energy. They were at least 10,000 years old or even several tens of thousand years old. These fruits should be able to increase the white tiger's strength by quite a bit. Jianshan mumbled to himself before gently closing the jade box. Under the white tiger's covetous gaze, he placed the box into his space ring. Looking at the white tiger's covetous expression, Jianshan smiled. He extended his hand and stroked the white tiger's large head. He said, "Little White, these things belong to you anyway. You can't keep eating them now. Once you fall asleep, you'll miss out on all these heavenly treasures. Alright, let's keep looking for heavenly resources. The Sea of Stars may be a land of despair on the Tianyuan continent, but it's also a land of treasures. We have to use this opportunity to find a few more heavenly resources that have been around for a long time." The white tiger's eyes lit up once again. It immediately left with Jianshan, leaping through the forest with great agility. It moved extremely quickly. "Little White, slow down. Don't make too much of a disturbance and alert the corpses," Jianshan immediately warned when he saw the white tiger move through the Sea of Stars fearlessly. However, his warning was already too late. When the white tiger crossed a large hill, there were a few Saint Ruler corpses below. They immediately sensed the white tiger leaping over their heads and immediately roared out furiously. They chased after the white tiger at the same time. "This is troublesome. I need to deal with them as soon as possible. Jianshan's heart sank. The dragon-slaying sword immediately appeared in his hand. He was about to leave the white tigers back to deal with the pursuing Saint Ruler corpses. However, at this moment, a tremendous tiger's roar rang out from the white tiger's mouth. The sound shook the sky and basically spread through most of the sea of stars. The rolling sound waves reverberated through the forest. As soon as the white tiger's roar fell, beast-like roars immediately rang out from all directions. Soon after, several dozen powerful presences appeared in the surroundings and rapidly approached them. Jianshan's expression immediately became extremely ugly. He never thought that the white tiger would be so mischievous. The Saint Ruler corpses were extremely difficult to deal with. He didn't even have time to hide, yet the white tiger had purposefully drawn them over. This was basically courting death. Little White, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you out, Jianshan said while gnashing his teeth. He had now entered the central region of the Sea of Stars. The chances of encountering the Holy Emperor corpses here were much higher than in the outer regions. Whoa! Sensing the anger in Jianshan's tone, the white tiger immediately let out a whimper. Its voice was filled with grievance, but its running speed became even faster. The roars from all directions were getting closer and closer. Jianshan could already see the figures of more than 10 corpses in the distance. They were rapidly approaching the white tiger. Jianshan's expression became extremely stern. Chaotic force immediately filled his body as he prepared for battle. At this moment, the scene before Jianshan's eyes suddenly changed. The lush forest disappeared in a flash. Even the figures of the corpses disappeared. Jianshan and the white tiger had already arrived in a blood-red world. Beneath their feet was an endless sea of blood. Constantly bubbled like boiling water, but it gave off no heat at all. Formations, it's formations again. Seeing this scene, Jianshan immediately thought of the countless formations in the Sea of Stars. Suddenly, the sea of blood below began to churn violently. It was like a surging wave. A large clump of blood emerged from the sea of blood, slowly turning into a huge dragon head. Roar! The dragon head that was completely composed of blood raised its head and let out a dragon's roar. The powerful sound waves shook the entire world of bloody sea. The dragon head then soared into the sky, revealing a blood-red dragon that was hundreds of meters tall. At the same time, figures flickered in the surroundings. The Saint Ruler corpses that followed Jianshan also entered the formation. They did not even glance at the blood dragon and directly charged at Jianshan. Chapter 8:26 Roar. The blood-red dragon produced a dragon's roar that shook the entire sea of blood. It opened its mouth and a scorching dragon's breath shot toward the Saint Ruler corpses. The Saint Ruler corpses did not seem to see the blood-red dragon at all. All they could see was Jianshan and the white tiger. They did not dodge the dragon's breath and continued to charge toward Jianshan and the white tiger. The dragon's breath directly enveloped the Saint Ruler corpses, and under Jianshan's shocked gaze, most of the Saint Ruler corpses were directly corroded. However, the advantage of their undying bodies came into play and their corroded bodies recovered. They continued to charge toward Jianshan and the white tiger. The white tiger seemed to understand the power of the Saint Ruler corpses as well. It carried Jianshan and quickly ran through the sea of blood, pulling away from the Saint Ruler corpses. Seeing that the Saint Ruler corpses were unscathed from its breath, the blood-red dragon's dignity seemed to have been severely challenged. It immediately produced a furious dragon's roar and swung its front claws at the Saint Ruler corpses. The blood-red dragon was extremely powerful. Before its claws, the Saint Ruler corpses were as fragile as tofu. They were directly ripped in half. The blood-red dragon did not stop because of this. Its huge head suddenly looked at the white tiger and Jianshan. It then raised its claws again, reaching toward the white tiger as a blood-red streak of light. All the fur on the little white tiger's body suddenly stood up. Its small eyes became unprecedentedly solemn. Immediately, it let out a low roar. With a leap, its figure instantly disappeared into the sea of blood, causing the blood dragon's claw to sweep through empty air. Just when the white tiger had disappeared, over 20 Saint Ruler corpses appeared in the sea of blood. Their arrival immediately attracted the blood-red dragon's attention. With a dragon's roar, it swept its claw toward the Saint Ruler corpses again. The white tiger carried Jianshan away from the sea of blood, appearing in the mountains of the Sea of Illusions once again. It seemed like the Sea of Blood earlier could not trap it at all. Jianshan stared at the white tiger in both surprise and doubt. When he thought of the illusions of outer space earlier, he suddenly had an unbelievable thought. Were the formations of the Sea of Illusions completely useless against the white tiger? Beast-like roars constantly rang out in the surroundings. Several dozen Saint Ruler corpses appeared in Jianshan's vision, chasing after Jianshan at the same time. At this moment, a tremendous presence that completely surpassed the Saint Ruler corpses appeared in the distance. It was several times faster than the Saint Ruler corpses as it wreaked havoc toward Jianshan. Jianshan immediately became stern when the presence appeared. He cried out, "Oh no, it's the presence of a holy emperor expert." With that, another tremendous presence appeared in another direction, rapidly approaching Jianshan as well. 2 holy emperor experts have actually come. Jianshan's face became rather pale. This was not the end. Another extraordinarily tremendous presence appeared in front of Jianshan. It was actually another holy emperor corp. 3 holy emperor experts. Jianshan cried out. His face had completely paled. If he faced a single holy emperor corpse, he would still be able to contend with it. He could even knock it 10 meters into the air and allow the spatial cracks to rip it to pieces. However, if he faced 3 holy emperor corpses at the same time, it would be very difficult for him to even escape because the holy emperor corpses were even faster than him using the illusory flash. Roar. The appearance of the 3 holy emperor corpses did not frighten the white tiger at all. Instead, it raised its head and roared. The white tiger's wings suddenly unfurled and its speed immediately increased. It turned into a white blur as it shot off into the distance with unbelievable speed. It was actually no slower than the holy emperor corpses. Jianshan's whole body was tightly attached to the white tiger's back. He now vaguely understood that since the white tiger dared to attract those corpses, it must have a way to deal with them. Now, he had placed all his hopes on the white tiger. The white tiger's figure quickly shuttled through the forest, triggering one formation after another. The scene around Jianshan was constantly changing between illusion and reality. However, these formations seemed to be useless against the white tiger. Not only could they not stop the white tiger's advance, but they were also easily passed through by the white tiger. Behind them, the 3 holy emperor corpses were still closely chasing after the white tiger. They were flying at a height of 10 meters. Suddenly, the white tiger's running speed began to slow down, which immediately allowed the 3 holy emperor corpses to close the distance. When the 3 holy emperor corpses were only a kilometer away from the white tiger, the surrounding space suddenly distorted violently. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene changed again. This was a desolate plain, where not even a blade of grass grew. There was also no camera in sight. At this moment, a sudden surge of fighting spirit came from afar. The strength of this fighting spirit was far beyond Jianshan's understanding. It was filled with an aura of disdain for the whole world, as if it did not put the heavens and the earth in its eyes, and the whole world was ruled by it. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds came from afar, and the entire ground began to vibrate rhythmically. Hearing this sound, Jianshan's face suddenly turned pale. Every time this sound was heard, it was the moment when his heart beat. This vibration seemed to have a mysterious connection with his heart. Every time it shook, his heart would feel severe pain, as if it was being trampled on by someone's foot, and his whole heart was about to explode. Jianshan clutched his heart in pain. His face had already turned pale, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was extremely shocked. Just what kind of formation is this? It's so terrifying. Just a few sounds are enough to make me unable to continue fighting. In the distant horizon, a golden figure gradually appeared. It was walking slowly from afar, step by step. Every step it took made the ground tremble. At the same time, it seemed to be stepping on Jianshan's heart, making Jianshan feel even more pain. The figure seemed to be moving slowly, but it crossed the distance in just a few steps, and appeared 100 meters in front of Jianshan. It was a person covered in a layer of golden armor, and only a pair of eyes that burned with fighting spirit could be seen. It was very tall and sturdy. It was at least 3 meters tall, with a strong back and a bare waist. It stood there like a small mountain. On the shoulder of the golden figure there was a huge axe that was 4 meters long. The axe was completely golden, as if it was completely made of gold. It emitted a dazzling golden light. Seeing this figure, Jianshan's face became even paler. In front of this golden giant, it was the first time he had lost the courage to fight. The golden giant gave off a monstrous battle intent that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Just its aura alone was enough to destroy the final line of defense in Jianshan's heart. This feeling of invincibility was something Jianshan had never felt even when facing a supreme expert like the Holy Emperor. Just who is this person? Could it be the Holy Emperor of the Dragon Clan? Jianshan's heart was in turmoil. The white tiger did not seem to be affected at all. Its pair of bright eyes stared at the golden giant with a strange expression. At this moment, 3 more figures appeared in the desolate plain. The 3 Holy Emperor zombies that chased after Jianshan also entered the formation. As soon as they appeared, they immediately rushed toward Jianshan. At the same time, the golden giant moved. He slowly raised the golden axe on his shoulder, and a deep voice came from the heavens and the earth. Trespassers in the territory of our regime, die. The golden axe was raised high above the giant's head. Suddenly, a powerful battle intent that seemed to be able to destroy the world burst out from the giant's body. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world was so fragile in front of the giant's axe. At the same time, time seemed to have completely stopped. Only the axe in the giant's hand could move. The 3 Holy Emperor zombies and Jianshan all felt that they had lost control of their bodies at this moment. They could only stare blankly at the dazzling golden axe descending from the sky. Whoosh! The white tiger did not hesitate in the slightest. It carried the immobile Jianshan and immediately leapt into the distance, disappearing from the desolate plain in an instant. The frozen time in this space did not affect it at all. After leaving the formation space, Jianshan finally regained control of his body. At this moment, his forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. His heart was in turmoil. A raging, could that golden giant be the war god of the 100 races, a raging? Jianshan recalled the deep voice that came from the world over and over again in his mind. His entire body began to tremble slightly. The war god of the 100 races, a raging. That was a powerful existence that surpassed the Holy Emperor, a godlike figure. Jianshan immediately looked back and saw that several 100 meters behind him, the 3 Holy Emperor zombies were standing there in a daze. Soon after, their bodies turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. Their bodies did not reassemble for a long time. Not far away, a drop of golden blood emitting a faint golden light was floating 3 meters above the ground. Could that be the blood of the war god Eragus? The body of the war god Eragus was formed from this blood? Seeing the golden blood, Jianshan immediately had a guess. At the same time, he could not help but draw a picture in his mind based on what had happened in ancient times. Chapter 8:27. Based on this drop of golden blood, Jianshan immediately guessed some things that happened in ancient times, but this was only his guess. Jianshan was almost certain that this drop of blood belonged to the ancient god of war, Ruijin. However, Jianshan was not sure if Ruijin had left behind this drop of blood in the way he thought. It was also possible that this drop of blood was obtained by a dragon expert through other means and then refined into a formation with some of the power of the god of war, Ruijin. Just a drop of blood has such power and can easily kill the Holy Emperor. The strength of this god of war, Arages, is indeed terrifying. No wonder he is an existence that surpasses the Holy Emperor, Jianshan thought to himself as he stared at the golden blood that was constantly moving further away. Suddenly, Jianshan seemed to think of something. His eyes suddenly focused and stared at the golden blood. A powerful light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Golden blood, the blood of the god of war, Ruijin, is actually golden, and Tai Ta's blood is also golden. Jianshan's heart began to beat violently as a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. He immediately looked deeply at the drop of golden blood that was gradually disappearing into the distance and shouted, "Little White, remember that location. Maybe we will come back here later." The running white tiger looked back at the location of the drop of blood and let out a whimper, as if responding to Jianshan's words. Afterwards, the white tiger boldly ran through the central region of the Sea of Illusions, attracting the corpses in the surroundings before sucking them into the formations. It used the powerful formations to trap the corpses. As soon as it discovered a Holy Emperor corpse, it would immediately draw them into the powerful killing formations that could kill Holy Emperor-level corpses. Ever since the white tiger appeared in the Sea of Illusions, it had completely broken the peace of the Sea of Illusions. The disturbance it caused had basically spread across the entire central region, attracting all the corpses there. Along the way, Jianshan sat on the white tiger's back and passed through various formations without any danger. There were far more formations in the central region of the Sea of Illusions than in the outskirts, and the formations were much stronger as well. There were over 100 killing formations, illusion formations, and trapping formations used against Saint Kings. The white tiger fully used these formations to trap many Saint King corpses. There were quite a few powerful killing formations used against Holy Emperor-level experts as well. The formation formed from a drop of Ruijin's blood was only one of them. Using these formations, the white tiger dealt with over a dozen Holy Emperor corpses. 3 of the Holy Emperor corpses had been reduced to dust by the formation formed from Ruijin's blood. They did not recover for quite some time. Several other Holy Emperor corpses had been trapped in a trapping formation, unable to escape. The final few Holy Emperor corpses had all been trapped in other powerful killing formations. Their bodies were constantly shattered by the power of the killing formations until the Holy Emperor corpses ran out of energy and could no longer reform their bodies. The white tiger constantly emitted deafening roars, attracting the surrounding Saint Ruler corpses. Jianshan lay on its back, unable to do anything. Behind them, there were over 300 Saint Ruler corpses in hot pursuit. Jianshan finally understood that the white tiger had suddenly become playful and treated this as a fun game. In the Sea of Illusory Stars, the various formations could not trap the white tiger at all. Moreover, the corpses were not as fast as the white tiger. Even the Holy Emperor-level corpses could not catch up to the white tiger after it spread its wings. It could be said that as long as there were no Holy Emperor-level corpses in the Sea of Illusory Stars, the white tiger was basically in no danger. At this moment, Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. A few kilometers in front of him, the space there distorted and the scene inside became blurry. Jianshan had seen this happen many times before. It was the sign that a formation had been activated. However, a hazy, violet figure caught Jianshan's attention in the blurry, distorted space. "It's the Heavenly Enchantress. She's fallen into the formation. She's been trapped," Jianshan murmured. He had already recognized the violet figure and his heart immediately tightened. He pointed ahead and called out, "Xiao Bai, go over there quickly." The white tiger basically obeyed Jianshan. Without any hesitation, it immediately changed directions and charged toward the trapped Heavenly Enchantress with several hundred Saint Ruler corpses. Within the formation was a hazy space. The heavenly enchantress currently sat a meter high in the air. Her simple zither was placed across her legs. Her slender fingers had already turned into blurry blurs as she quickly plucked the first 20 strings, producing hurried notes. She plucked the 21st string from time to time, producing loud booms in the surroundings. The heavenly enchantress was extremely stern. Her forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Ever since she had separated from Jianchen last night, she had ventured into the depths by herself. Unexpectedly, she ended up in a powerful killing formation. This killing formation was one of the few supreme formations of the Dragon Clan. Even in ancient times it was renowned. It was known as the Myriad Dragons Slaughtering Formation. It was said that 3 holy emperor experts of the 100 races had died to this formation in ancient times, causing the name of the Myriad Dragons Slaughtering Formation to spread far and wide. It had already become one of the most powerful killing formations in the world. Deafening dragon roars constantly rang out from the gray space created by the formation. The entire space was filled with giant dragons. All of the dragons breathed out dragon breaths, waved their claws, charged around, or used all kinds of secret techniques to attack the center of the formation. The heavenly enchantress sat in the air there. She used her zither of the demonic cry to block the attacks that came from all directions. Countless sound waves shot out from the zither in all directions. The killing formation of myriad dragons was extremely renowned in ancient times. The terror of the formation was clearly recorded in the records of Mercenary City, so the heavenly enchantress had an extremely good understanding of it. As the name implied, the Myriad Dragons Slaughtering Formation was a killing formation formed by 10,000 dragons. The formation was split into 5 forms. The first form allowed the 10,000 dragons to possess the strength of Class 5 magical beasts. The second form allowed the 10,000 dragons to go from Class 5 to Class 6. The third form allowed the 10,000 dragons to possess the strength of Class 7 magical beasts. The fourth form allowed the 10,000 dragons to possess the strength of Class 8 magical beasts. Even holy emperor experts at great perfection would die if they were caught in the formation. The fifth form allowed the 10,000 dragons to possess the strength of Class 9 magical beasts. Every single dragon possessed the strength of a holy emperor. 10,000 dragons were equivalent to 10,000 holy emperor level expert. However, in the history of the Dragon Clan, the fifth transformation of the Myriad Dragons killing formation had always existed in legends. The strongest transformation could only be unleashed by the fourth transformation. However, during the war between the magical beasts and the 100 races in ancient times, 3 saint emperors of the 100 races had died to the fourth transformation of the formation. I hope the Myriad Dragons Slaughtering Formation is not complete and can only reach the third form at most, the Heavenly Enchantress prayed. The Heavenly Enchantress prayed inside. She had barely managed to break free from the third transformation of the Myriad Dragons Slaughter Formation, but once it reached the fourth transformation, she would be dead for sure. She had already been trapped for several hours. During that time, she had used her own strength to break through the first and second forms of the Myriad Dragons Slaughtering Formation. She was currently experiencing the third form. The third form allowed the 10,000 dragons to possess the strength of Class 7 magical beasts, equivalent to 10,000 saint rulers. Roar. Suddenly, the 10,000 dragons let out a roar at the same time. Immediately, a low and deep murmur resounded through the space. A surging energy radiated from the 10,000 dragons, filling the entire world. They've begun using their innate abilities. The Heavenly Enchantress murmured. She was extremely stern. The innate ability of 10,000 Class 7 dragons was enough to kill any saint ruler. Even regular saint kings would die in the face of such an attack. The Heavenly Enchantress clenched her teeth, and a sliver of determination appeared in her eyes. She gently placed a slender finger on the 23rd string. As soon as her finger came in contact with the string, it was silently cut by the string. Blood immediately flowed from her finger before being absorbed by the string. After absorbing the blood, the 23rd string immediately became bright red. It radiated with a profound presence, as if it possessed the truths of the world. At the same time, a gentle note seemed to ring out from outer space, reverberating through the entire space. The heavenly enchantress paled as the blood flowed from her finger. The blood was no ordinary blood, but her essence blood. It contained the vital energies of a person, so it was extremely precious. At this moment, the heavenly enchantress was using an ability that completely exceeded her strength at the price of harming her vital energy. Roar. The 10,000 dragons all produced an earth-shaking roar. The roar was filled with a supreme dragon's might, as if it could shatter space. Layers of sound waves filled the entire space as they rapidly expanded toward the heavenly enchantress with a destructive presence. At the same time, the heavenly enchantress gently plucked the 23rd string with her finger. Ding! It was like the first note of the world. It was just a single note, but it possessed a tremendous amount of power. It turned into a visible sound wave that expanded in all directions at an unbelievable speed. This sound completely suppressed the dragon roar that Wan Long had unleashed using his innate ability. Wherever the sound wave passed, layers of ripples would appear in the space. It cut through all obstacles in its way, rushing towards Wan Long in the distance like a hot knife through butter. It gently came into contact with Wan Long's body. Without a sound, the entire bodies of 10,000 seventh-grade magical beasts turned into ashes and dissipated in the space of the formation. The third transformation of the 10,000 dragons killing formation had been broken. The heavenly enchantress had plucked the 23rd string at the price of harming her vital energy. Just a single note was enough to kill 10,000 Class 7 magical beasts. The 23rd string violently trembled while the heavenly enchantress' face became sheet white. The light in her eyes dimmed as uncontainable frailty filled them. Roar. Suddenly, the dragon's roar rang out again. Immediately, a majestic aura appeared in the space of the formation. The 10,000 dragons that had turned into ashes reformed their bodies once again. Each of them emitted an aura that was countless times stronger than before. Despair immediately filled the heavenly enchantress' eyes when she saw this. Her voice was filled with bitterness. The fourth transformation, the fourth transformation. I never thought that it would actually be a complete myriad dragons slaughtering formation. Am I fated to die here today? Getting through the third phase of the formation was already her limit. The heavenly enchantress was powerless against the fourth phase that could even slay Saint Emperors. Chapter 828. The fourth transformation of the 10,000 dragons killing formation was completed. The 10,000 giant dragons that had just died were resurrected. They were formed by 10,000 giant dragons whose strength had reached the 8th level. Each of the giant dragons was 100 feet tall and exuded a majestic aura. It was as if the space of the formation had become sticky. Even though it was only a formation, everything seemed extremely realistic. The tremendous presences of the 10,000 dragons made it difficult for the heavenly enchantress to breathe, as if she was about to suffocate to death. Another dragon's roar rang out and several dozen dragons charged toward the heavenly enchantress at the same time. Their tremendous presences were like mountains, viciously crushing the heavenly enchantress' delicate body. The heavenly enchantress paled. She had already given up on resisting. She had already been heavily injured when she tried to deal with the third transformation of the formation, so she was extremely weak right now. Let alone the fourth transformation, she probably would not even be able to deal with the third transformation. The several dozen Class 8 dragons aggressively charged toward the heavenly enchantress. They were determined to tear her to pieces. They rapidly closed the distance between them. The heavenly enchantress slowly closed her eyes. Even though she was filled with reluctance, she was completely powerless before the fourth transformation of the myriad dragons' slaughter formation. Just when the dragons were 100 meters away from the heavenly enchantress, there was a flash of white light in the hazy formation. A 3-meter-long white tiger with a pair of wings suddenly appeared. A handsome young man who seemed to be in his 20s sat on the tiger's back. Jianchen rode the white tiger into the space of the myriad dragons' slaughter formation. As soon as he entered, the scene before him drastically changed. He could clearly see the changes of the myriad dragons' slaughter formation, and what he saw was exactly what the heavenly enchantress was going through. However, a few dragons had already swiped their huge claws over with enough force. They were less than 10 meters away from their head. Time was of the essence, so Jianchen did not have the time to say anything. He directly grabbed the heavenly enchantress and placed her on the tiger's back. He hurriedly called out to the white tiger, "Chaosblade, go!" The little white tiger let out a low roar, and all the hair on its body suddenly stood up. Clearly, it also sensed a great sense of danger rapidly approaching. Without the slightest hesitation, the divine wings on its back suddenly spread, and it turned into a streak of white light, leaping forward as fast as lightning. It disappeared in an instant, and had already left the formation space of the 10,000 dragons killing formation. Jianchen sat on the tiger's back with the heavenly enchantress in his arms. When he saw that the surroundings had returned to normal, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He understood that he had escaped from the powerful formation. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. As he breathed in, a faint fragrance immediately entered his nose, causing his heart to tremble after calming down after so much difficulty. His mind finally broke away from the trauma of the myriad dragons' slaughter formation and landed on the heavenly enchantress. The heavenly enchantress currently lay powerlessly on Jianchen's back. She pressed her warm body against Jianchen's narrow chest. Her face was pale and her eyes were dull. She was extremely weak. Breaking through the myriad dragons' slaughter formation earlier had caused her extremely heavy injuries, to the point where she did not even have the strength to move. Even the zither of the demonic cry in her embrace had vanished, having returned to her body. Jianchen's heart immediately began to ripple again when he sensed the heavenly enchantress' soft body and the faint fragrance that constantly entered his nose. The heavenly enchantress had always been a noble, sacred, and inviolable woman in Jianchen's eyes. He had never thought that he would be so intimate with the heavenly enchantress. After being stunned for a while, he immediately asked, "Senior, are you fine?" The heavenly enchantress glanced at Jianchen behind her. When she sensed that she had collapsed in Jianchen's embrace, a faint blush immediately appeared on her veiled face, but it returned to normal very quickly. She immediately struggled to sit up and moved away from Jianchen's chest. She said, "I never thought that you would still be alive." The heavenly enchantress' voice contained a sliver of surprise, but her voice was extremely calm. Jianchen quickly calmed himself down and smiled. "Fortunately, I found a way to deal with the Saint Ruler corpses, or I probably wouldn't have the chance to see Senior again." The heavenly enchantress' weak body swayed from the wind created by the white tiger. She did not ask how Jianchen had dealt with the Saint Ruler corpses. Instead, she stared at the white tiger with a strange gaze and said, "What's up with this magical beast? Just now, it seemed like it was the one who entered the 10,000 dragons killing array to save me. It actually managed to escape after being trapped in the 10,000 dragons killing array. Chaosblade isn't a regular magical beast. It can move about as it pleases in the sea of stars. The formations there can't trap it," Jianchen explained. A sliver of surprise immediately appeared in the heavenly enchantress' eyes when she heard that. She said, "How is that possible? The Sea of Stars was once the territory of the Dragon Clan. With the presence of the dragon's might, even beasts of antiquity would be suppressed here. How is it unaffected? And why can't the formations in the Sea of Stars trap it?" "Perhaps it's because Chaosblade is different," Jianchen said vaguely. He did not explain it in detail. Just when the heavenly enchantress wanted to say something, a beast-like roar suddenly rang out from behind. The heavenly enchantress subconsciously looked back. When she saw the scene behind her, her eyes suddenly narrowed. There were at least 100 Saint Ruler corpses pursuing them. The heavenly enchantress became stern once again. She said with a heavy voice, "I'm heavily injured. I can't fight anymore, so I can only leave these people to you." "Don't worry, just leave it to Xiaobai." Jianshan swore before patting the white tiger's back. He said, "Xiaobai, stop playing around. Hurry up and deal with the trouble behind us. You've basically drawn over all the corpses in the central region." The white tiger immediately produced a deep roar, as if it was replying to Jianshan. Afterward, the white tiger constantly passed through powerful formations with the Saint Ruler corpses behind it. After a total of 2 hours, they finally dealt with all the Saint Ruler corpses that were pursuing them. The heavenly enchantress finally witnessed Xiaobai's terror along the way. It really was as Jianshan had said. None of the formations in the Sea of Stars could trap it, allowing it to pass through them as it pleased. After dealing with the corpses, Jianshan was in no hurry to enter the depths of the Sea of Stars. Instead, he began to gather heavenly resources in the central region. It had to be mentioned that there were indeed a lot of heavenly resources in the Sea of Stars. 10,000-year-old heavenly resources could basically be found everywhere, and even 100,000-year-old heavenly resources were present. Under the white tiger's terrifying sense of smell, no heavenly resources could escape the fate of being plucked by Jianshan, no matter how well hidden they were. The two of them worked for an entire day, and had basically gathered all the heavenly resources in the central region. However, the harvest was extremely plentiful to Jianshan. He had gathered several hundred 10,000-year-old heavenly resources and over a dozen 100,000-year-old heavenly resources. If the white tiger consumed all these heavenly resources, its strength would increase by a lot. The two of them worked for an entire day before finally stopping to rest. During that day, the heavenly enchantress basically sat on the white tiger to recuperate. She was the one who had the most free time. Jianshan found another cave in the evening and settled down. Basically all the corpses in the central region were trapped in the formations now. Coupled with the white tiger's assistance, Jianshan was not worried about what had happened the night before at all, so he boldly settled down. A luminous pearl provided light in the pitch-black cave. The weak heavenly enchantress sat in a rather gloomy corner. She had her eyes closed as she silently recuperated. "I have some radiant spirit pills here. They should be of some use to your wounds." A gentle voice rang out in the heavenly enchantress' head. Jianshan crouched beside her with a jade bottle in his hand. He could not help but think of how he had carried the heavenly enchantress out of the formation during the day. A sliver of mixed feelings immediately appeared in the depths of his eyes. The heavenly enchantress slowly opened her eyes. She calmly looked at the jade bottle in Jianshan's hand and gently shook her head. "I'm not injured. I've just lost too much energy, so I need heavenly resources to replenish it." Jianshan took out 5 10,000-year-old heavenly resources from his space ring without any hesitation and passed them to the heavenly enchantress. He said, "I wonder if this is enough. If it's not, I have 100,000-year-old heavenly resources." The light in the heavenly enchantress' eyes flickered. She glanced at Jianshan with mixed feelings before extending her hand to accept the heavenly resources from Jianshan. She gently said, "Thank you." Woo-woo-woo. The little white tiger, who was lying nearby, saw its food being given away by Jianshan just like that. It immediately let out an indignant cry, and its bright little eyes were filled with grievance. Jianshan looked back at the white tiger and comforted it. "Xiaobai, there are plenty of heavenly resources outside. We'll continue looking tomorrow when the sun rises." The white tiger finally forgave Jianshan for giving away the heavenly resources when it heard Jianshan's words. As the heavenly enchantress was heavily injured, Jianshan did not choose to venture into the depths of the Sea of Stars for the next few days. Instead, he dug out a new cave for them to stay in and waited for the heavenly enchantress to recover. This wait lasted half a month. Half a month later, the heavenly enchantress used the heavenly resources to replenish all her energy, allowing her to return to her peak condition. Afterward, she left the cave with Jianchen. Outside the cave, the white tiger had returned to its 3-meter-long form. Jianchen sat on the white tiger's back without any hesitation. He looked at the heavenly enchantress, who was still hugging her zither, and said, "Senior, come on up. We'll travel much faster on Chaosblade's back, and we can avoid the disturbances of the formations." Chapter 829. The heavenly enchantress sat on the back of the white tiger with her zither in her arms. Her back was towards Jianchen, and she maintained a distance of around half a meter from Jianchen. She said nothing at all. However, the faint fragrance from her clearly reached Jianchen's nose. Jianchen could even feel a sliver of warmth from the fragrance. It seemed to be the heavenly enchantress' body temperature. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and cast aside his thoughts. He slowly calmed himself down before gently patting the white tiger's back. He said, "Let's go, Chaosblade." The white tiger whimpered in dissatisfaction and grievance. It seemed to be extremely reluctant to have the heavenly enchantress sit on its back, but it did not do anything too extreme. In the end, it left helplessly. Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress did not say anything as they sat on the tiger's back. The atmosphere was rather strange. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard. Little White Tiger led the two of them as they sprinted through the forest. They didn't leap more than 10 meters in the air. During this time, they even passed through many formations and ran straight into the depths of the forest. Once they were chased by zombies, they would immediately lure them into the formation and use the formation here to trap them. Half a day later, the white tiger finally passed through the central region with Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress, entering the depths of the Sea of Stars. Jianchen and the white tiger did not remain idle along the way. They collected all the heavenly resources they came across along the way, increasing the number of heavenly resources they possessed once again. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking dragon's roar rang out from the depths of the Sea of Stars. The roar was filled with the might of a dragon, looking down on the world as if all beasts had to submit to it. Immediately after that, a red shadow appeared in their line of sight. It was already over 10 meters tall and had stepped into the 10-meter restricted airspace. However, it did not cause the slightest change in the air. It seemed that the 10-meter restricted airspace had no effect on the red shadow. Little White Tiger's running body came to an abrupt halt. Its bright eyes instantly became sharp as it stared closely at the red shadow that was rapidly flying over from afar. It let out a low roar from its mouth. The eyes of Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress narrowed as well. They stared at the rapidly approaching red figure. As the red figure approached, the two of them gradually saw its appearance. It was actually a huge, red dragon that was over 300 meters long. It was exactly the same as the dragons in the Myriad Dragons slaughter formation. The heavenly enchantress' face drastically changed. She stared at the rapidly approaching dragon in disbelief. She was no longer able to maintain her composure and cried out, "That's a dragon's soul. How is this possible? How can a dragon's soul appear in the sea of illusory stars?" "A dragon's soul?" Jianchen murmured with that. He immediately asked, "Senior, is this dragon's soul very powerful?" The heavenly enchantress became extremely stern. She called out, "Dragon souls may only appear in the form of souls, but they're much more powerful than walking corpses. Not only do they retain everything they've learned in the past, but they're also extremely powerful. They've even retained their innate abilities, making them invincible among magical beasts of the same level. Even beasts of antiquity cannot compare to them." However, all the dragon souls in the Sea of Illusory Stars were sealed in the Dragon Tomb by the 10 great guardian families tens of thousands of years ago. It is impossible for them to escape. However, a dragon soul has appeared here. Could it be that the sealed Dragon Tomb has been opened? Jianchen became rather stern when he heard that. A dragon soul that had retained everything it had learned and innate abilities could not be compared to an unintelligent walking corpse. Even Jianchen, a supreme expert like the Holy Emperor, could deal with unintelligent walking corpses. He could even use the 10-meter restriction to kill the Holy Emperor's walking corpse. However, Jianchen would struggle to deal with a dragon soul that had retained everything it had learned, even if it was a 6th heavenly layer Saint Ruler dragon. Quickly find a place to hide. I think there's more than one dragon soul here. It's very likely that all the dragon souls in the tomb have escaped, the heavenly enchantress said with a heavy voice. She was extremely stern. Jianchen did not hesitate at all. He immediately made the white tiger retreat. However, the dragon's soul up ahead had already discovered them. It let out a deafening roar as it charged toward them aggressively. We need to deal with this dragon soul, Jianchen grumbled. The dragon-slaying sword had already appeared in his hand as Jianchen used the illusory flash. He charged toward the dragon soul as a blur. Roar. The dragon's soul produced a dragon's roar and spat out a mouthful of flames that shot toward Jianchen with terrifying heat. Jianchen immediately dodged the flames with the illusory flash. The dragon-slaying sword stabbed into the dragon's soul's illusionary lower abdomen with destructive chaotic force. Due to the 10-meter restriction and the fact that dragons were extremely large, Jianchen's dragon-slaying sword could only reach the dragon soul's lower abdomen. The chaotic force seemed to be extremely harmful to the dragon's soul in its current state. The dragon's soul let out a painful roar as its abdomen immediately darkened. It suddenly opened its mouth and aimed it at Jianchen. A terrifying suction immediately appeared from its mouth, as if it wanted to suck Jianchen 10 meters into the air. Jianchen immediately swayed as his feet slowly left the ground. However, in the next moment, Jianchen's body jerked as chaotic force surged out of his body to resist the suction. Afterward, he moved slightly and used the illusory flash to leave, appearing on the other side of the dragon's soul. At this moment there was a flash of red light. The dragon soul's thick tail had already struck Jianchen with lightning speed. Slap! Jianchen's clothes were reduced to tatters at that moment, revealing the golden armor he wore. The armor immediately shone with a hazy golden light to block the attack, but Jianchen was still blown far away by the force of the tail. The dragon's soul had retained all its abilities from before. Not only was its battle prowess extremely great, it was extremely experienced as well. It was incomparable to the dumb zombies. With a flash of red light, the dragon's soul pursued Jianchen. A fire-red glow revolved around its huge claws as it swiped at Jianchen with lightning-like speed. Jianchen and the dragon's soul engaged in an intense battle. Even though the dragon soul was still a Class 7 magical beast, it was already at the 5th heavenly layer. Coupled with the various secret techniques of the dragon clan, its battle prowess was no weaker than a 6th heavenly layer Saint Ruler. It could even put up a fight against a 7th heavenly layer Saint Ruler, making it extremely difficult for Jianchen to deal with. Thrum! 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 At this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from the depths of the Sea of Stars. It was filled with the might of a dragon. Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress faces immediately became ugly. They could tell that there were at least a dozen dragon souls with their hearing. They were all Class 7 magical beasts. Oh no, the dragon souls sealed in the tomb really have all escaped. The heavenly enchantress was shocked. The heavenly enchantress was shocked. Without any hesitation, she immediately placed the zither of the demonic cry across her knees and sternly said, "I'm using the zither to control the soul. You need to disperse its soul as quickly as possible, or we'll probably be done for. The formations on Dragon Island are useless against these dragon souls, so don't even think about using the methods you used against the walking corpses to deal with these dragon souls." With the sound of the zither, the dragon soul's movements immediately became sluggish. Its eyes became dull, having been affected by the zither's music. Jianchen immediately struck out as hard as he could without holding back at all. The dragon-slaying sword struck the dragon soul with chaotic force, finally dispersing the soul and causing it to disperse. The dragon's soul produced a miserable roar before dispersing, which agitated the dragons flying over from afar. Immediately, over a dozen furious roars rang out from afar, rapidly flying over. At the same time, Jianshan could sense a tremendous presence. It was the soul of a Class 8 magical beast. Jianshan did not hesitate at all. He used the illusory flash, and returned to the back of the white tiger as a blur. He sternly called out, "Xiao Bai, run!" The white tiger immediately flapped its wings and vanished as a streak of white light. It fled as quickly as it could, but the dragon souls were extremely fast. In particular, the Class 8 dragon soul was much faster than the white tiger. Jianshan could already clearly see that it was an azure dragon that was gradually closing in on the white tiger. "That's a Class 8 wind dragon. We can't outrun it at all. Find a cave to hide in," the heavenly enchantress sternly said. "Will we be safe if we hide in a cave?" Jianshan asked in a hurry. Although these dragon souls have retained their previous knowledge, they have no intelligence. We only need to escape from their sight and hide in the cave. Then, we can use the rocks here to cover the cave. That way, we can completely hide from the senses of those dragon souls. The heavenly enchantress was rather worried. She knew quite a lot about these dragon souls. They were true Class 7 and 8 magical beasts. They were not easy to deal with like the walking corpses. Behind them, the distance between them and the Type 8 wind dragon was getting closer and closer, now less than 10 li away. At this rate, before they could even leave the central region, the wind dragon would be able to catch up. "Xiao Bai, find a cave to hide in," Jianshan immediately said to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai also sensed danger. It rapidly flapped its wings and flew along the ground extremely quickly. After circling around a mountain, they finally discovered a cave and immediately hid inside. Jianshan drew his dragon-slaying sword and smashed the ceiling of the cave. Countless rocks fell down and sealed off the entrance. He used the rocks from the sea of illusory stars to cover the entrance and cut off their presences. Now that the entrance had been blocked off, the cave became pitch black. However, Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They stood there without moving at all with their presences concealed. The white tiger also sensed great danger. It mimicked Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress and stood there quietly. It did not make any noise at all, but all its fur stood on end. Thrum. Chapter 830. A few seconds later, a great dragon's roar rang out from outside the cave, causing the rocks that sealed the entrance to tremble. The 2 people and 1 beast in the cave held their breath. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They were afraid that they would disturb the dragon's soul outside. Just a Class 8 dragon soul was not something they could deal with, and there were over a dozen Class 7 dragon souls following behind it. Only Holy Emperor-level experts could deal with such a powerful group. At the same time, the laws of the heart had already been formed in the Sea of Stars. They were completely different from the laws of the world outside. Whether it was saint rulers or holy emperors, their abilities would be suppressed here. Dealing with the dragon souls here was not something a regular holy emperor could do, let alone Jianshan and the others. The deafening dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the sky to tremble. Countless rocks in the surroundings were shaken by the powerful sound waves, causing thick cracks to appear. Many mountain ranges even began to collapse. The dragon's roar rang out from outside the cave Jianshan and the others were hiding in. The terrifying sound waves passed through the rocks and entered Jianshan's ears, causing Jianshan's head to ring. He had already lost his hearing, unable to hear anything. Jianshan could feel a tremendous dragon's might radiate from the dragon's roar. It was like a ruler had descended upon the world, making all things yield. The deafening dragon's roar finally gradually faded away. Class 8 dragon souls existed in the form of souls. They did not possess any intelligence, so they failed to discover where Jianshan and the others were hiding. Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress immediately let out a huge sigh of relief when they heard the dragon's roar gradually fade away. The two of them felt lingering fear when they thought about the frightening scene from before. They did not dare to imagine just what kind of situation they would be in if they were caught by a Class 8 dragon soul. Perhaps the two of them would never be able to leave the Sea of Stars again. They would be buried here forever, becoming existences no different from the walking corpses. After the Class 8 dragon soul left, the Class 7 dragon souls chased after them. They whistled past the cave Jianchen was hiding in and followed the Class 8 dragon soul. Only after all the dragon souls had left did Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress finally move their bodies. They both exhaled deeply. The heavenly enchantress arrived at the end of the cave and placed a fist-sized luminous pearl on the ceiling. She said, "We've already attracted the attention of the dragon souls. With how they move, they'll probably continue to linger around here for a while, so let's not go out for now. We'll stay here for a few days until all the dragon souls have left." "Senior, what's up with the dragon souls? How were they created? Didn't the dragon clan disappear in ancient times? Why would a dragon soul appear here?" Jianchen asked in doubt. He knew that the heavenly enchantress had an extremely great understanding of the Sea of Stars, so he hoped to get an answer from her. The heavenly enchantress walked to a corner and sat down. After a moment of thought, she slowly said, "In the ancient times, the dragon race possessed a dragon's tomb. The dragon's tomb was the only burial ground for the entire dragon race. In history, all members of the dragon clan would be buried in the dragon tomb after they died, regardless of their status in the dragon clan. And the dragon soul we just encountered was born in the dragon tomb. I've once seen some records regarding the dragon's tomb in the records of Mercenary City. It's said that there were no dragon souls in the tomb originally, but ever since the dragon race vanished and the dragon island changed, becoming a dangerous place on the Tianyuan continent, the Sea of Stars, the tomb began to produce dragon souls for some reason. These dragon souls are extremely powerful. Other than their lack of intelligence, they've completely retained everything they've learned before they died. Even their strength has been perfectly preserved. They exist in a special way as souls, eternal and indestructible. They're no different from walking corpses, unkillable existences. Even if their souls are dispersed, they'll revive in the tomb and recover their peak strength. Just how many dragon souls are there in the tomb?" Jianchen became stern. He was filled with many questions. Why had the dragon race vanished in the ancient times? Just what had happened to the dragon island to make it so strange? Walking corpses with indestructible bodies and dragon souls that had mysteriously revived were great mysteries in Jianchen's heart. They were impossible to explain. They had even exceeded the scope of Jianchen's knowledge. Other than the dragon race, there was also the Divine Wind Clan and the Winged Tiger. They seemed to have vanished at the same time. Had they died or gone to an unknown world? The dragon race may have vanished in the ancient times, but they still possess a long history on the Tianyuan continent. As they accumulate generation after generation, the number of dragon souls in the tomb increases. Let alone me, probably even the Protector clans and Mercenary City don't know the exact number. However, several tens of thousands of years ago, the experts of the Protector clans and Mercenary City had all mobilized. Led by several saint emperors, they led a large group of saint kings and saint rulers to use an ancient secret technique to seal away all the dragon souls on Dragon Island in the dragon's tomb. Dragon souls no longer existed in the sea of illusory stars. Now that we've actually discovered the existence of dragon souls here, the seal of the tomb must have been removed. I can't think of any other explanation aside from that. A sliver of worry appeared in the heavenly enchantress' voice. She continued, "I hope the dragon souls don't escape to the outside world, or the entire world will be plunged into a disaster. Several tens of thousand years ago, our continent still had several holy emperor experts, so we were able to fend off the dragon souls. Now, the continent's strength has declined with each generation. Aside from the path lord of carnal desires, The Protector clans and Mercenary City no longer have any Holy Emperor experts. How can such a weak force be the Dragon Soul's opponent? They don't even have the strength to seal the tomb again. Jianshan was slightly surprised when he heard that. He asked, "Are there still Holy Emperor experts in the tomb?" The Heavenly Enchantress nodded sternly. "There are, and there are quite a few of them. These Class 9 dragons have been accumulated from generation to generation. They're not from the same generation, or the Protector clans and Mercenary City wouldn't have paid so much attention to them." Jianshan immediately became heavy-hearted. He could already imagine what would happen to the world once all the dragon souls escape. It would definitely be a disaster. After all, these dragon souls had no intelligence. They only knew how to kill. It was impossible for them to coexist peacefully with the people of the outside world. Jianshan looked at the white tiger. He knew that the white tiger was probably his last hope. As long as it truly matured and possessed the strength of the winged tiger, there would be nothing for them to fear even if a dragon that surpassed the Holy Emperor appeared. In ancient times, the winged tiger was a powerful existence that could even kill Ruijin, the war god of the 100 races, who had also surpassed the Holy Emperor. Its strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Roar! At this moment, another dragon's roar rang out in the distance. The Class 8 wind dragon that had chased after Jianshan had returned. It constantly roared, reverberating through the mountains. Afterward, it began to circle around the region, refusing to leave for a very long time. Before long, the Class 7 dragons all returned as well. They followed the actions of the Class 8 wind dragon, circling in the air in a radius of several dozen kilometers, as if they wanted to find Jianshan and Heiyu. "It's just as I expected. They're circling around the area unconsciously," the Heavenly Enchantress murmured when she sensed the disturbance outside. Jianshan's face was filled with bitterness. He said, "It's over. If they don't leave, won't we be trapped here forever? I hope they leave soon." A space gate that was several hundred meters tall stood in the air in the depths of Dragon Island. It shone with a bright, golden light. On the other side of the spatial gate there was another independent world. This world had been opened up by a powerful individual. It was extremely vast, and one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. And on the ground, massive tombs were neatly arranged like small mountains. And in front of each tomb, there were tombstones of different height. The tallest tombstones were over 10,000 feet tall, and the shortest was only over 300 feet tall. Countless dragon souls of various sizes circled in the air above the tombs. All of them were extremely quiet, not making any sounds at all. At this moment, two figures stood before a mausoleum that was several thousand meters tall. One of them was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He wore a set of golden robes and had a resolute face. He currently stood before the mausoleum with a mixed expression. His eyes were filled with deep sorrow and grief. The other one was an old man in black robes. At that very moment, the old man was seated cross-legged on the ground. Both his eyes were closed and there was a formidable energy fluctuating around him. Clearly, he was in the midst of cultivation. The two of them were the Class 8 magical beasts that had emerged from the artifact space, Ruijin and the mutated alligator blackfish. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Why has Dragon Island become like this in the past? What happened on Dragon Island in the past? The golden divine dragon Ruijin, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, was filled with deep sorrow and grief. He constantly scanned the surroundings, sometimes looking at the countless dragon tombs that filled the entire space, sometimes looking at the dragon souls that floated mindlessly in the air. It's changed. It's changed. It's all changed. Everything has changed. The current Dragon Island is no longer the Dragon Island of the past. It's completely different from the Dragon Island recorded in my inherited memories. And these tombs? Why are my dead clansmen called like this? And my clansmen? Where are you? Where did you go? Is it really like what the human Holy Emperor said? Have our dragon clan and the divine phoenix clan vanished from the Tian Yuan continent? Even the ancient winged tiger has vanished with them. My clansmen and the divine phoenix clan. What happened back then? Why did you suddenly vanish? Did you all die or did you all go to an unknown place? And the humans and magical beasts on Dragon Island. What happened to them? Why have they become like that? Reduced to a soulless walking corpse with an immortal and indestructible body. Suddenly, Ruijin looked into the distance. He saw a huge, red dragon gradually form on a tombstone that was several hundred meters tall. Chapter 831. Suddenly, Blackfish slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the golden dragon and said, Ruijin, I can sense the presence of the winged tiger. The winged tiger has come here. Ruijin stared blankly at the revived red dragon soul in the distance. Only after quite a while did he finally shift his gaze to Blackfish. He said, I know. Apart from the winged tiger, even the human who was followed by the artifact spirit has come here. Blackfish, you've reached the most crucial moment right now. Cultivate at ease. Once you break through to the 9th heavenly layer, you can find the artifact spirit to recover your arm. If one looked closely, they would see that Yu's right arm was already empty. His entire right arm had disappeared. Blackfish nodded. He looked at Ruijin with deep gratitude and said, Ruijin, thank you. It was all thanks to Ruijin's assistance that he was able to absorb the spiritual energy in the tomb. Ruijin used his presence to mask Blackfish so that the dragon souls would not be able to sense that Blackfish was a different existence. Afterwards, he used his own abilities to convert the spiritual energy in the tomb for Blackfish to absorb to strengthen himself. Ruijin sighed at the sky. His face was filled with sadness and loneliness. I, Ruijin, only have 2 friends in my life. Apart from that girl from the Divine Phoenix clan, I only have you, Blackfish. Blackfish glanced at Ruijin with mixed feelings. He seemed to be able to understand Ruijin's current feelings. A sliver of loneliness appeared on his face, but he dismissed it soon. He slowly closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, preparing to break through to the 9th heavenly layer. Ruijin remained by Blackfish's side. No matter what happened, he could not take a single step away. He needed to use his presence to mask Blackfish so that he could ensure Blackfish's safety. Although the dragon souls were pointless and filled with aggression, they would not attack people of the same race. Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress both sat on the ground in the gloomy cave. Jianshan had stowed the white tiger away in the artifact space so that he could continue to increase its strength with heavenly resources. Outside the cave, a deafening dragon's roar resounded through the sky, causing the mountains to tremble. The 2 people in the cave were unable to calm down as the number of dragon souls outside had increased by over 30. Even the weakest of them was a Class 7 magical beast, while the number of Class 8 dragons had increased from 1 to 3. Over 30 dragon souls were circling around within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not leaving at all. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes and stood up. He paced around the cave as a sliver of worry appeared on his face. He then looked at the heavenly enchantress and said, Senior, we can't just keep going on like this. The dragon souls won't just keep moving around outside, right? Is there any way to get them to leave? The heavenly enchantress slowly opened her eyes as well. After a moment of hesitation, she said, There is a way. Jianshan's eyes lit up. He immediately asked, What is it? The way is, unless there's someone outside who can attract the attention of the dragon souls and then draw them away, the heavenly enchantress nonchalantly replied. A sliver of disappointment appeared in Jianshan's eyes when he heard that. The Sea of Stars was a place of danger second only to the Death Nest on the Tian Yuan continent. There were very few people who dared to enter this place. Perhaps it would be normal for no one to set foot here for several decades. It was basically impossible for someone to attract the attention of the dragon souls outside. Looks like we can only keep waiting here, Jianchen gently sighed and sat down again. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. During those 7 days, Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress basically spent most of their time in meditation. They rarely spoke. Not only did the dragon souls outside the cave not leave, but their numbers constantly increased. They had gone from over 30 to over 40. These dragon souls had all been drawn over by the dragon souls before them, so they wandered around aimlessly. They did not purposefully look for anything, as if they did not know about Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress' existence. After 7 days, Jianchen could no longer sit still. He stood up and thought, why don't I recover some chaotic force instead of wasting time here? With that thought, a golden streak of light immediately shot out from Jianchen's forehead. It turned into a palm-sized golden tower. What are you doing? As soon as Jianchen moved, he immediately attracted the attention of the heavenly enchantress. She stared at Jianchen closely and glanced at the golden tower from time to time. A sliver of curiosity appeared on her face. There were dragon souls wandering around outside right now. The two of them were completely relying on the rocks to block off their presence, which was why they were not discovered by the dragon souls. As a result, the heavenly enchantress was afraid that Jianchen would cause too great of a disturbance and alert the dragon souls outside. Senior, I want to cultivate for a while and recover some of my strength, Jianchen asked. You can't. If your energy leaks out, you'll definitely attract the attention of the dragon souls outside, the heavenly enchantress sternly said. Her voice was filled with an unquestionable presence. Jianchen looked at the golden tower and swore, don't worry. I'll cultivate in another space, so there won't be any energy leaking out. Obviously, it won't alert the dragon souls outside. The heavenly enchantress looked at the golden tower. This was the second time she had seen it, so she was extremely curious about its origins. She asked, what is this? Jianchen did not hide anything. He said, Senior, you may not have seen it before, but you must have heard of its reputation. This tower is the saint artifact of the Radiant Saint Master Union. What? It's the saint artifact of the Union. The heavenly enchantress was shocked. She stared at the golden tower in disbelief and said, Impossible. How did the saint artifact of the Union end up in your hands? Jianchen chuckled and did not explain in detail. He said, Senior, the saint artifact has its own space, so it's extremely safe there. Why don't you come with me? That way, even if the dragon souls discover our hiding spot, we won't be harmed at all. The heavenly enchantress calmed down very soon. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, I've heard of the saint artifact of the Union before. It's said that it's an extremely powerful god artifact. I never thought that it would end up in your hands. May I ask if we can leave this place through the saint artifact? Jianchen shook his head. I can't. I've already talked to the artifact spirit. The saint artifact is not a product of the Sea of Stars, so its presence can still be sensed by the dragon souls. Once the saint artifact leaves this place, it'll be attacked by the dragon souls outside. Although the Class 7 dragon souls can't harm the artifact spirit, there are dragon souls at the level of the Holy Emperor in the dragon's tomb. Once we provoke them, we'll be in danger even if we hide in the saint artifact. The heavenly enchantress frowned slightly. Looks like we can only leave after the dragon souls leave. Alright, I'll go to the artifact space with you. Artifact spirit, take us in, Jianchen said to the artifact spirit. Immediately, 2 white beams of light shot out from the saint artifact, enveloping the heavenly enchantress and Jianchen. They vanished. In the blink of an eye, the gloomy cave became empty. Only the saint artifact hovered there with a faint golden light. Immediately after that, the golden light emanating from the sacred artifact gradually faded away and it became extremely ordinary. Then, it slowly flew to a dark corner and hid behind a large rock. The artifact's space had changed drastically compared to before. When Jianchen and all the people from the Union had come to participate in the competition, there were only a few Class 6 magical beasts in the large space. There was not a single magical beast below Class 6. Now, the artifact space was filled with various magical beasts. These magical beasts ranged from Class 1 to 5, and there were even a few Class 6 magical beasts moving about. On a plane within the artifact space, 2 Class 5 magical beasts were engaged in a battle of life and death. The shock waves of energy from the battle had reduced the surroundings to a mess. Sand and rocks flew everywhere as dust filled the air. Furious roars rang out from their mouth. At this moment, 2 white beams of light suddenly appeared in the air. Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress suddenly appeared there. As soon as they arrived, the heavenly enchantress looked around eagerly. Her eyes were filled with surprise. The sudden appearance of the 2 people attracted the attention of the 2 Class 5 magical beasts that were fighting below. The 2 Class 5 magical beasts involuntarily stopped and raised their heads to look at the 2 people in the sky. Their savage eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked at the 2 people in the sky. Based on their beastly instincts, they felt a great threat from the 2 people. Gah! At this moment, an earth-shaking voice rang out from the distance. Immediately, a tremendous presence with soaring killing intent appeared from afar. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He looked in the direction of the sound and could not help but sneer. It's the Class 7 Black Raven Beast King. I never thought that it would still remember me. Looks like the Class 6 Black Raven Beast I killed last time must be its close relative. Saint Ruler's abilities could be used as they wished within the artifact space. The Class 7 Black Raven Beast King controlled Space Force and fused with the surrounding space. It charged toward Jianchen from afar with lightning-like speed. In just a few seconds, a black speck appeared in the horizon. It rapidly expanded and arrived before Jianchen very soon. It was a massive black crow beast that was dozens of meters long. It gave off a powerful aura, causing the Class 5 magical beasts that had stopped fighting to crawl on the ground and tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear. The Class 7 Black Raven Beast stared at Jianchen with its scarlet eyes. Its eyes were filled with hatred, and it let out an unpleasant cry. It charged toward Jianchen as a black blur. Its sharp claws flickered with an icy light as they reached for Jianchen's heart. "How dare you!" At that moment, an angry roar sounded out of nowhere. Immediately, the surrounding space froze. It was as if it had turned into a solid block of ice, trapping the Black Crow Beast King's body within it. Could not move at all. The heavenly enchantress' eyes immediately narrowed when she saw the trapped Class 7 Black Raven Beast King. She could already tell that the Black Raven Beast King was at the 7th heavenly layer, yet such a powerful magical beast had been trapped in the air. She could imagine just how powerful the person who had done this was. They were at least a holy emperor. The artifact spirit gradually appeared beside Jianchen. He did not even glance at the trapped Black Raven Beast King. He directly bowed to Jianchen and said, "Greetings, Master." The heavenly enchantress immediately became surprised when she heard the artifact spirit refer to him as Master. She stared at Jianchen and the middle-aged artifact spirit in disbelief as her heart churned. The trapped Black Raven Beast King also heard how the artifact spirit referred to Jianchen. His reaction was even more intense than the heavenly enchantress. He could not be any more shocked, followed by deep fear and disbelief. He was a magical beast native to the artifact space, so he knew the artifact spirit's identity and strength extremely well. "Release the Black Raven Beast King," Jianchen said. "Yes, Master." The artifact spirit replied politely. Afterward, the frozen space immediately returned to normal, and the trapped Black Raven Beast King regained control over his body. However, the Black Raven Beast King no longer dared to attack Jianchen. He immediately turned into a short, black-robed old man and knelt on the ground. He said with great respect, "Dark Feather greets Master Artifact Spirit." The artifact spirit glared at the Black Raven Beast King and coldly said, "How dare you disrespect Master?" The humanoid Black Raven Beast King violently trembled. His eyes were filled with deep fear as he said with a trembling voice, "Please calm down, Master Artifact Spirit. Please calm down, Master Artifact Spirit." Dark Feather did not know that he was Master Artifact Spirit. "Please forgive me if I have offended you in any way." The heavenly enchantress became more and more surprised when she saw this. A mighty Class 7 magical beast was actually begging the artifact spirit so humbly. This was an extremely rare sight. After all, Class 7 magical beasts were equivalent to saint rulers, so they were naturally prideful. Not to mention that the Black Raven Beast King had reached the 7th heavenly layer. Even before the Holy Emperor, it would only show respect at most. It was impossible for it to be so frightened. The heavenly enchantress could not help but reconsider the artifact spirit's strength when she saw this. However, what surprised her the most was that such a powerful artifact spirit would actually recognize a saint ruler as its master. This was a great piece of news. "What's your relationship with the Class 6 Black Raven Beast I killed back then?" Jianchen asked. The old man hesitated. He did not want to answer Jianchen, but when he thought about the relationship between Jianchen and the artifact spirit, he could only obediently answer, "He was one of the 8 disciples I took in. He was also the most outstanding one among the 8. It's extremely likely that he'll break through Class 6 and reach Class 7 in the future." Jianchen was relieved and said, "You can go. If you still want to find me in the future, I'll accompany you." The old man hesitated but did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit emotionlessly said, "Since Master is not going to pursue your disrespect from before, I'll spare your life for now. You can go." The old man bowed deeply to the artifact spirit before turning around and leaving. Afterward, Jianchen, the heavenly enchantress, and the artifact spirit arrived at the divine hall at the very center of the artifact space. The heavenly enchantress did not ask too much about this place. She chose a hall and left silently. She planned on entering seclusion for a while. Jianchen dismissed the artifact spirit and chose a quiet hall for his seclusion as well. He wanted to recover his chaotic force. Jianchen sat in the center of the cold and quiet hall as he sorted through the monster cores in his space ring. He planned on refining all the monster cores into chaotic force. Around him, monster cores of various grades had already piled up like mountains. They pulsed with tremendous energy. Jianchen finally stopped after clearing out all the monster cores in his space ring. He mentally communicated with the sword spirits that were absorbing the energy from the 5-colored immortal crystals, asking them to assist him in refining the monster cores. Ziying and Qing Suo immediately appeared above Jianchen's head. With a wave of their hands, a small pile of monster cores immediately flew between the two of them before being refined into strands of chaotic force. The mountain of monster cores around Jianchen rapidly decreased as the sword spirits refined them into strands of chaotic force that entered Jianchen's dantian. Jianchen's chaotic Niden gradually swelled at a visible rate. After 2 days, the mountain of monster cores around Jianchen had been completely used up. Not a single one remained while Jianchen's chaotic Niden had shrunk from the size of a bean to the size of a pinky finger. The increase in chaotic force was extremely limited, not even 1/100th of the energy he had absorbed from beneath Mercenary City. This was because most of the monster cores in the mountain were Class 3, 4, and 5. He had used up a few Class 6 monster cores earlier, so there were very few left. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. His face was filled with worry. He had used up all the monster cores on him now. Apart from the dragon-slaying sword, he could not find anything else to refine into chaotic force. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jianchen's head. He softly murmured, "There seem to be quite a few Class 7 magical beasts in the artifact space. I wonder if the magical beasts that left due to the end of their lifespans have left behind their monster cores. If they have..." Gradually, the light in Jianchen's eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly stood up and hurried out of his seclusion. Artifact Spirit. Jianshan directly called out the artifact spirit when he arrived outside the palace. Master, what are your orders? The artifact spirit silently appeared before Jianshan. Artifact Spirit, aren't there many magical beasts in the artifact space? I wonder if there are any monster cores left behind after the magical beasts died, Jianshan asked in a hurry. He was filled with anticipation. There are quite a few monster cores. Only humans can absorb those monster cores. They're completely useless to magical beasts. However, after the ancestors of many magical beasts have died, their monster cores have been enshrined by their clansmen. If Master needs them, I'll get them for Master immediately, the artifact spirit said. Jianshan was overjoyed. His heart began to beat vigorously, uncontrollably. He said hurriedly, Artifact Spirit, I need a large number of monster cores. Collect them for me immediately. Yes, Master. Afterwards, all the magical beasts in the artifact space were in an uproar. All the monster cores that had been enshrined in the ancestral hall had flown away, leaving the ancestral hall that was filled with all sorts of high-level monster cores empty. This happened to all the magical beasts in the artifact space. All the monster cores that had been preserved by the magical beasts, regardless of level, flew away under the personal watch of countless experts. During this time, many powerful Class 7 magical beasts tried to stop them, but as soon as they were about to do something, they were immediately suppressed by the artifact space. In the end, they could only watch as the monster cores left behind by their ancestors disappeared into the distance. It's Master Artifact Spirit. Master Artifact Spirit has taken away the monster cores left behind by our ancestors. The powerful Class 7 magical beasts understood the reason very soon. Even though many of them were extremely furious, they did not dare to complain too much because the artifact spirit was like a god in this space. It was the absolute ruler. Aside from that, many monster cores that had been buried deep underground emerged as well. They all flew toward the divine hall in the center of the artifact space. The monster cores had been accumulated in the artifact space over several 100,000 years. There were so many of them that they had reached an extremely terrifying level. Aside from a very small portion that had been taken away by the participants of the Radiant Saint Master Union, the rest had all been left behind. Within the divine hall, Jianshan stared at the ground before him in a daze. He saw countless monster cores fly in from outside, piling up neatly on the ground. In just a few seconds, the monster cores had piled up into a small mountain, filling up the entire tunnel. Master, I'm currently collecting all the monster cores in this space. There's no more space here, so I've placed all the remaining monster cores in another hall. If you need them, you can go collect them at any time. The artifact spirit's voice rang out in Jianshan's head after quite a while. Jianshan gulped as he looked at the mountain of monster cores in the surroundings. Compared to the amount of monster cores in his space ring, these monster cores were like ants compared to an elephant. They could not be compared at all. Artifact Spirit, how many high-level monster cores are there in total? Jianshan asked with some difficulty. Master, in the past several 100,000 years, a total of over 2,000 Class 8 magical beasts and over 50,000 Class 7 magical beasts have appeared in the artifact space. Apart from the dozen Class 8 magical beasts that left a few days ago, the rest of the Class 8 magical beasts have all been preserved. As a result, there are over 2,000 Class 8 monster cores and over 50,000 Class 7 monster cores. As for the monster cores below Class 7, they are uncountable, the artifact spirit said. Jianshan was completely stunned. At that moment, his mind had completely stopped working. All he could think about was what the artifact spirit had just said. Over 2,000 Class 8 monster cores, over 50,000 Class 7 monster cores, over 2,000 Class 8 monster cores, over 50,000 Class 7 monster cores, Jianshan murmured subconsciously. His voice was trembling. At that moment, great joy flooded Jianshan's entire soul. making him intoxicated by the boundless joy. He did not return to his senses for a long time. Chapter 832. After a long while, Jianchen finally returned to his senses. He looked at the monster cores around him with great excitement. He felt that this huge surprise had come too suddenly. Just a moment ago, he was still worrying about the monster cores. Now, the artifact's spirit had given him a mountain of monster cores. The number of Class 7 and Class 8 monster cores had reached an unimaginable level. This made Jianchen feel like he was living in a dreamlike world. Everything that was happening in front of him was not real. Jianchen took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He looked at the neatly stacked monster cores that had completely blocked the corridor. Without any hesitation, he immediately began to put the monster cores into his space ring. There were monster cores of various grades. After putting thousands of them into his space ring, Jianchen finally calmed down. He seemed to have thought of something and immediately stopped what he was doing. He thought to himself, if I put all these monster cores into my space ring, won't I lose a lot of monster cores if I lose my space ring in the future? And the sacred artifact has already recognized me as its master. It's hidden in my consciousness, so it's impossible to lose it. It seems like it's safest to leave these monster cores in the sacred artifact. After understanding this, Jianchen stopped putting the monster cores into his space ring. He turned to the artifact spirit and said, "Find a large room to be used as a warehouse. Then put all these monster cores there. Also, give me 100 Class 7 monster cores." "Yes, Master," the artifact spirit immediately replied. With a wave of its hand, the monster cores in the surroundings all disappeared. Only 100 fist-sized Class 7 monster cores were left floating in the air. Jianchen's gaze fell on the 100 Class 7 monster cores. Immediately, he frowned slightly. He walked up and picked up a monster core to examine it. He saw that the Class 7 monster cores were all dull. The thick layer of dust on them had already turned into a thin layer of stone shell, tightly enclosing the monster core. At a glance, the fist-sized Class 7 monster cores were like round stones. Jianchen exerted a little force in his hand and crushed the outer layer of the monster core, revealing the monster core hidden inside. The monster core was still dull. He could only feel a tiny bit of energy hidden deep within the monster core. Seeing this, Jianchen's eyebrows immediately became tightly knit together. "Master, these monster cores have already existed for hundreds of thousands of years. A lot of the energy inside has been lost due to the corrosion of time. The remaining energy has almost all solidified," the artifact spirit explained. Jianchen stared at the Class 7 monster core in his hand and said, "Indeed. A lot of the energy in this Class 7 monster core has been lost. Only about 60% of the energy is left." Monster cores were different from Emperor weapons. On the Tianyuan continent, every Emperor weapon was a powerful weapon that was regarded as a treasure. They were carefully preserved and cared for as if they were their own children. In addition, Emperor weapons could absorb the Yuan Qi of the world to replenish themselves. Therefore, Emperor weapons could be preserved for a long time. However, the same couldn't be said for magic cores. Magic cores were only useful to humans and were completely useless to the magic beasts. This was because magic beasts simply couldn't absorb the energy inside a magic core like humans. Therefore, when those powerful magic beasts passed away, the magic cores they left behind could only become sacred objects that were enshrined by the magic beasts as a sign of respect to their ancestors. If a monster core was stored for too long, the energy in it would slowly disappear and solidify. Although some of the energy inside has been lost, these monster cores are still very useful to me. Artifact Spirit, I will immediately go into seclusion. If I need you, I will naturally call you. Also, during my seclusion, pay attention to the situation outside at all times. If there is any movement, immediately inform me." Jianchen said. "Yes, Master." In the quiet hall, Jianchen sat cross-legged on the cold ground. The sword spirits had already appeared and were sitting cross-legged on top of Jianchen's head, refining the first-class 7 monster core with difficulty. This time, the refining process was very slow. It was several times more difficult than refining the Emperor weapon. The remaining energy in the monster core that had existed for several 100,000 years had completely solidified. During the refining process, Jianchen felt that the energy within the monster core had completely turned into a hard block of ice. He currently placed the block of ice in his mouth and sucked in the melted water with great difficulty. It was extremely difficult. After an entire day, the first-class 7 monster core was finally completely refined. It turned into a tiny sliver of chaotic force that entered Jianchen's body. The sliver of chaotic force was clearly smaller than the chaotic force he had obtained from refining the Emperor weapon. However, Jianchen was still satisfied. The artifact spirit possessed several tens of thousands of Class 7 monster cores and even quite a few Class 8 monster cores. If he could refine all of them, his chaotic body would definitely reach a whole new level. At the very least, it would be more than enough for him to reach the second layer of the chaotic body. Jianchen did not stop. After refining the first monster core, he immediately took out a second Class 7 monster core and continued refining it. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During those 3 months, Jianchen had always been refining monster cores and cultivating chaotic force. The 100 Class 7 monster cores he had brought in before had all been used up by Jianchen, allowing the chaotic Niden in his Dantian to expand by quite a lot. At this rate, it'll only be a matter of time before I reach the second layer of chaotic force. Jianchen was unable to contain his joy as he looked at his enlarged chaotic Niden. He left his seclusion and directly called for the artifact spirit outside. The artifact spirit silently appeared before Jianchen. Jianchen immediately asked, "Did anything happen outside while I was in seclusion?" "Master, the situation outside is still the same as before." "Nothing has changed," said the artifact spirit. "That's perfect. Then I can stay here for a little longer." "Artifact spirit, bring me another 500 Class 7 monster cores. Try your best to pick the ones that have been left behind recently," said Jianchen. "Yes, master." The artifact spirit replied politely. With a thought, the 500 Class 7 monster cores appeared before Jianchen out of nowhere. Every single monster core pulsed with powerful energy. The energy within them was still very active and had not solidified. Clearly, their owners had not passed away for a very long time. Jianchen accepted the 500 Class 7 monster cores before entering the palace. "Master, the seal of the Radiant Saint Force origin energy will be undone in half a year." Just as Jianchen turned around, the artifact spirit's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen paused slightly when he heard that. The faces of his parents immediately appeared in his head. He said, "You must inform me when the time comes." With that, Jianchen disappeared from the palace. The heavy doors of the palace slowly closed as well. Jianchen sat on the ground in the empty palace. He murmured, "In half a year, I'll be able to obtain the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force and become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. At that time, I'll be able to revive my parent. But before that, I need to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Only when I'm not afraid of the 10 protector clans can I return to the Tian Yuan continent. Otherwise, not only will I not be able to save my parents, but even Xiao Bai will be implicated. My life will be in danger as well." Jianchen quickly dismissed his thoughts and continued to refine the monster cores. Now that the problem of the monster cores had been resolved, he needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible. On the distant Tian Yuan continent, the storm of searching for the winged tiger showed no signs of stopping. This matter had already spread across the entire continent. Everyone knew about it. Not only had the 10 protector clans moved out, but even the ancient clans and hermit clans that had been in seclusion for many years had appeared as well. they joined the search for the winged tiger. The 10 protector clans did not remain idle during this period of time. They worked together many times to search the entire continent using secret techniques in an attempt to find the presence of the winged tiger and Jianshan. However, without exception, they were disappointed every single time. Although the Pure Heart Pavilion had Changyanghu's clan, which caused a slight change in their relationship with the Changyang Prefecture, they did not give up on searching for the winged tiger. The matter of the winged tiger was extremely important. It affected the fate of the entire continent. As one of the 10 protector clans, the Pure Heart Pavilion would definitely not ignore the safety of the continent for Changyanghu alone. However, the relationship between the protector clans of the Changyang Prefecture and the other 8 clans had become much colder. The other 8 clans all had ulterior motive. They did not want the Changyang Prefecture to successfully obtain the winged tiger, so they all purposefully excluded the Changyang Prefecture. The Changyang Prefecture had obviously discovered this long ago, but they did not do anything about it. They did not care at all. However, they were even more eager to find Jianshan than the other 9 clans. Not only was Jianshan a prodigy of the Tianyuan continent, but he was also a follower of the winged tiger. As a direct descendant of the Changyang Prefecture, as long as they found Jianshan first, it would be equivalent to directly gaining control of the winged tiger. The 2 great elders, Changyang Zuyunshao and Changyang Zuyun, remained in the Changyang clan in Lore City the entire time. They silently protected the clan that their son had founded in the past during this tense time as they waited for his return. The situation with the Flame Mercenaries was great as well. The group's strength basically increased with each passing day. Although all the ancient clans had been mobilized and the news of them possessing tungsten alloys had leaked out, the Flame Mercenaries had the shadow of the Changyang clan behind them. Coupled with the support of the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, the ancient clans did not dare to covet the tungsten alloys they possessed. Only the people of the Tianmu clan, after negotiating with Yu and Bailian for a while, managed to exchange some tungsten alloys with the Flame Mercenaries for something equally precious. The Flame Mercenaries had never stopped mining and refining tungsten alloy, so they had already accumulated a large amount of tungsten alloy. The original cities had all been destroyed, and they were currently in the process of constructing a city. They planned to use the tungsten alloy to create a city that belonged to the Flame Mercenaries. Ming Dong remained in seclusion in a place with no one around. He had never appeared. Ever since Jianshan had left, Huang Luan had returned to the Huang family to cultivate. Tai Ta, Little Fatty, Wang Yifeng, and Dugu Feng had all entered seclusion as well. They cultivated with the monster cores Jianshan had left behind before he left, increasing their strength as quickly as possible. In the Tianqin clan of Walorant City, Qin Shao originally planned on searching for Jianshan, but as the protector clans revealed Jianshan's portrait, the entire continent was shaken up. His movements were immediately stopped by the great elders of the Tianqin clan, and he was forcefully imprisoned in the clan. Chapter 833. Young Master Jianshan, I never thought your name would be Changyang Shoten. Everyone on the Tianyuan continent is looking for you right now. I wonder if you're doing well, the young lady of the Tianqin clan, Qin, murmured. Jianshan, you have to hide well. Don't let them find you. You promised me that you would take me to roam the Tianyuan continent. I believe you're someone who keeps your promises, so don't disappoint me. Qin Shao, who was under house arrest in the Tianqin clan, drowned his sorrows in alcohol in his room as he spoke with a muffled voice. In a bustling first-tier city, several dozen burly men were gathered in a mansion to cultivate. Every one of them exuded a ferocious aura, which reeked of blood. Only those who frequently killed would exude such an aura. Captain, the entire city is looking for you right now. It's a pity that we're too weak and can't help you at all. However, we'll definitely work hard to cultivate. Once we have enough strength, we'll follow by your side and kill enemies for you, a middle-aged man said with a heavy voice in a room. The light of determination flickered through his eyes. At the same time, similar voices rang out in many other places in the luxurious building. These people were the earliest members of the Flame Mercenaries. Their loyalty to Jianshan had been tested through life and death, so they had already been nurtured as core members by Jianshan. Now, this small group of a few dozen people had become quite a powerful group. Most of them had already become Earth Saint Masters. Only a few people were still at the Great Saint Master realm. In the Holy Emperor's Empire, the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union stood before the window on the 5th floor of the castle as he gazed at the scenery outside. His face was filled with worry. In these 3 months, he had been living a life full of worries. The anxiety in his heart had made his face look even older. The news of the loss of the Saint artifact had been covered up. Only a limited number of people knew about it, so it did not spread. However, the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union knew that the truth could not be contained forever. Although the news of the Saint artifact being lost had been temporarily suppressed, it would not last for a year at most. This was because in a few months' time, the top 10 participants would enter the Saint artifact to absorb the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. At that time, the news of the Saint artifact being lost would spread. I wonder where this Jianshan is. Our union cannot be without a Saint artifact. The president gently sighed as he became even more worried. At this moment, the door opened and the white-robed Grand Elder walked in. His face was filled with worry as well. He said, "President, the news of the Saint artifact being lost can't spread. If we still haven't found it when the Saint artifact in a few months' time, we'll just find an excuse to postpone the absorption if we still haven't found it." The president fell silent for quite a while before slowly nodding in the end. "That's all we can do. This might be the best solution right now." In the second capital city of the Holy Emperor's Empire, there was an extremely large, luxurious manor. A white-robed woman sat in a pavilion in the garden as she stared blankly at the fish swimming in the water. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She had a devastatingly beautiful face and exuded a noble and holy aura. A middle-aged man in tight robes quickly walked over from behind the woman. He knelt on one knee outside the pavilion and said, "Greetings to the young miss. What about the matter I sent you to investigate? Have you found the Saint artifact of the Union?" Cara Livy asked without even looking back. Her voice was extremely cold. "Young miss, the Radiant Saint Master Union did not manage to find the Saint artifact," said the middle-aged man. Cara Livy remained silent for a while before replying, "I understand. You can leave. I bid you farewell." The middle-aged man left politely. Cara Livy gently sighed after the middle-aged man's departure. She slowly made her way to the stone bench in the pavilion and sat down. A sliver of worry appeared on her face as she murmured, "I really never thought that the Saint artifact of the Union would be taken away by Yang Yutian. Sigh, without the Saint artifact, how am I supposed to break through to Class 7? In the sky above the sea realm, a white-robed, exhausted, middle-aged man flew towards the depths of the sea realm on a cloud completely condensed from Radiant Saint Force. He was Yun Tian. Yun Tian had left the Radiant Saint Master Union 3 months ago. His journey had been filled with twists and turns, but he had finally left the Tian Yuan continent after 3 months of travel. He had arrived in the sea realm to search for the experts of the Beast God continent. "Yang Yutian, it doesn't matter if you're a Radiant Saint Master or a fighter. I won't let you have an easy time. I wonder what the experts of the Beast God continent will do once they learn that the Winged Tiger is with you. I think they'll definitely kidnap your family to threaten you. Ha ha ha, Yang Yutian, it doesn't matter if you're a saint ruler or a member of the Protector clans. You're nothing before the experts of the Beast God continent. If they want to crush you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant." Yun Tian laughed savagely. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was haggard. He had already lost some of his mental faculties. Soon after, the light in his eyes faded and he fell from the sky into the vast ocean. Yun Tian had already flown for several days without sleeping. His body as a radiant saint master was extremely weak, and there were no islands in the sea where he could rest. As a result, after traveling for several days without sleeping and 3 months of exhaustion, he could no longer endure it. He directly fainted and fell into the sea. However, he continued to mutter the names of the beast god continent, the winged tiger, and Jianshan from time to time. There's actually a human here, and he seems to be a radiant saint master. Interesting, what? The winged tiger of the beast god continent? In his daze, Yun Tian seemed to hear a voice filled with astonishment ringing in his ears. Soon after, he felt as if his body had been lifted off the surface of the sea by a thick hand. After who knew how long, Yun Tian slowly woke up. He discovered that he was lying in a luxurious hall. Human, you've finally woken up. Suddenly, a heavy voice rang out in Yun Tian's head. Yun Tian strenuously stood up from the ground. He swept his gaze around and discovered that there were already over a dozen people of different ages standing on both sides of the hall. At the very top of the hall, a dignified middle-aged man was boldly sitting on a throne. Who are you? Where is this place? Yun Tian stared at them cautiously and asked sternly. The middle-aged man sneered. I am one of the 3 emperors of the beast god continent, the Tiger Emperor Lankiros. What? One of the 3 emperors of the beast god continent? Yun Tian was surprised when he heard that. He stared at the people in the hall in fear. Are you all experts of the beast god continent? Lankiros smiled strangely and said, Human, you have 2 choices right now. The first choice is to tell me everything you know about the winged tiger and exchange it for your life. The second choice is to die. The first choice. I choose the first choice. I do know quite a lot about the winged tiger, so I'll tell you everything I know, Yun Tian said without hesitation. Yun Tian replied without any hesitation at all. Had he not traveled so far to find the experts of the beast god continent just to deliver this information? Very soon, Yun Tian told the experts of the beast god continent everything he knew. He focused on Jianshan and Changyang Prefecture, as well as how the winged tiger was with Jianshan. Jianshan, Changyang Prefecture, Lankiros murmured. Afterward, he sneered and stood up from his throne. He said, Everyone, the 3 months just so happen to be up. Pass down the order for everyone to come with me to the Tian Yuan continent immediately. The experts of the beast god continent immediately left the island they had stayed on for 3 months, leaving Yun Tian alone. As they left, the majestic palace at the center of the island collapsed with a loud rumble, turning into pieces of hard rock. Before long, another intense battle erupted in the northern sea region. It caused the sky to darken and the moon to dim. The experts of the beast god continent wanted to enter the Tian Yuan continent to search for the winged tiger, but they encountered great resistance from the protector clans and mercenary city, blocking them outside the northern sea. Although the relationship between the protector clans of Changyang Prefecture and the other protector clans had changed slightly because of the winged tiger, the protector clans and mercenary city had never been so united before when it came to fending off the invasion of the beast god continent. The resistance of your Tian Yuan continent is futile. Once King emerges from seclusion, it will be the day when our army tramples over your Tian Yuan continent. The people Lankiros had brought with him were not the opponent of the protector clans at all, and he was not as powerful as the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. With no other choice, he could only throw down a threat and return to the Beast God Hall with the experts of the Beast God continent. After returning to the Beast God Hall, Lankiros immediately arrived at the entrance to the 98th floor and explained everything that had happened on the Tian Yuan continent. 5 years. I only need 5 years. I'll be able to emerge from seclusion in 5 years. At that time, I'll definitely make the Tian Yuan continent pay a heavy price. The winged tiger will remain on the Tian Yuan continent for a while longer, King's overbearing voice rang out from the 98th floor. Chapter 834. The artifact spirit's voice passed through the various obstructions, clearly reaching Jianshan's ears. Jianshan sat in the center of the completely sealed hall. Above him, the sword spirits shone with an azure and violet light, illuminating the entire hall. A fist-sized monster core rapidly vanished at a visible rate between the two of them, turning into a strand of destructive chaotic force that entered Jianshan's body. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes after refining the Class 7 monster core. He said, "Xing Qing Suo, stop for now. Let's set aside the matter of refining chaotic force for now." Xing and Qing Suo stopped refining chaotic force. The two sword spirits carefully sensed the chaotic Niden in Jianshan's dantian, and they both beamed. Xing said, "Master, at this rate, your chaotic force will reach the second layer in a few years." He said, "Once I absorb the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force and become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, I'll continue cultivating chaotic force in seclusion. If it's possible, I really do hope that I can reach the second layer of chaotic force here. I just wonder what level my strength will reach once I reach the second layer." Jianshan slowly stood up from the ground. After close to a year of seclusion, he had refined several hundred Class 7 monster cores, adding several hundred strands of chaotic force to his chaotic Niden. As a result, the chaotic Niden in his dantian had grown by a lot. It was now the size of a pigeon's egg. Now that the problem of energy had been resolved, all he needed was time. He only needed another year, and he would be able to turn his chaotic Niden back to the size of a chicken's egg, returning it to its original size. Once his chaotic Niden reached the size of a fist, he would break through the first layer of the chaotic body and reach the second layer. Jianshan emerged from where he had spent a year in seclusion. Afterward, he was led to a side hall by the artifact spirit. As soon as he entered the side hall, Jianshan's eyes lit up. His heart began to beat uncontrollably because he could sense a tremendous amount of Radiant Saint Force origin energy in the hall. The origin energy was all gathered in the center of the hall, sealed away by an extremely powerful seal, preventing it from leaking out. There was no Radiant Saint Force origin energy on the Tianyuan continent. The Saint artifact of the Radiant Saint Master Union absorbed the Radiant Saint Force in the surroundings through its own ability before refining it into origin energy. This was why there were Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters on the Tianyuan continent. If there were no Saint artifacts, there would not be Class 7 Saint Masters on the Tianyuan continent. The artifact spirit looked at the seal with a complicated expression. He could control everything in the artifact space as he wished. Here, he was like a high and mighty god, the absolute master. He could control everything here, but he couldn't control the seal in front of him. The artifact spirit did not know when the seal had existed because it had existed for countless years after he had gained sentience. After so many years, even though the artifact spirit had become extremely powerful, he still did not know the exact details of the seal. He had once wanted to break through the seal, but even when he used everything he had, he was unable to move the seal at all. It was like he was trying to smash an egg against a rock. Standing before the seal, Jianshan's emotions fluctuated rapidly. Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters were extremely important to him. Once he became a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, not only would he be able to revive his parents, he would also possess the power to challenge the Holy Emperor. If a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master used the forbidden technique, God's Descent, he would be able to kill all saint rulers instantly. Even the supreme experts of the Holy Emperor's level would be greatly threatened. Legend had it that in ancient times, the only Class 8, Radiant Saint Master in history had used God's Descent once and directly killed two supreme experts of the Holy Emperor's level. The president of the Radiant Saint Master Union had used God's Descent with the strength of a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. He was even confident that he could kill the holy emperor of the Tsar family. This was how powerful and terrifying the god's descent was. It was an extremely heaven-defying divine technique. However, the price of using God's descent was extremely great. Although Jianshan had used God's descent once before, it was not the true God's descent. It was only the form and not the soul, so he did not pay too great of a price. However, once he became a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, the God's descent he used would be the true God's descent. Every time he used it, he would have to sacrifice 100 years of his life. And as the power of the God's descent increased, the life that had to be sacrificed would also increase. At most, it would be a few hundred years, 1,000 years, or even longer. As a result, the God's descent was listed as a forbidden technique by the Radiant Saint Master Union. Unless they were at the end of their rope, no one would want to use this forbidden technique. After Jianshan waited for 2 hours, the seal of the Radiant Saint Force Origin Energy finally opened by itself. A crack appeared and immediately, a white light shot out from the seal, illuminating the entire hall. Afterwards, strands of Radiant Saint Force Origin Energy drifted out of the seal as a visible, white mist, slowly drifting through the empty side hall. Master, you only have 3 days to absorb the Origin Energy. After 3 days, the Origin Energy will be sucked back by the seal and sealed up again, the artifact spirit said to Jianshan. Jianshan nodded and forcefully suppressed his excitement. He immediately sat down and began to absorb the Radiant Saint Force Origin Energy. Jianshan had already understood the method of absorbing Origin Energy to become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master from the artifact spirit. He needed to fuse the Radiant Saint Force Origin Energy into his soul and use it to change his soul, causing it to undergo a metamorphosis. Once the metamorphosis succeeded, his compatibility with Radiant Saint Force would increase. Not only would the speed at which he condensed Radiant Saint Force increase, but the power of his radiant artifacts would increase as well. Aside from that, even his most basic healing abilities would be greatly improved. After the metamorphosis, his soul would be able to contain the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. With the origin energy as a primer, he could absorb the Radiant Saint Force in the surroundings and slowly condense it into origin energy, increasing the amount of origin energy in his soul. From there, he could judge the strength of a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. However, the refined origin energy could not be absorbed by other Radiant Saint Masters. As a result, all Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters relied on Saint artifacts for their breakthroughs. Jianshan sat on the ground. He relaxed his mind and tried his best to fuse with a strand of Radiant Saint Force Origin Energy. He was currently experiencing an extremely crucial step to becoming a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. Only by fusing with a strand of Origin Energy could he absorb the Radiant Saint Force Origin Energy into his soul, allowing it to change his soul and undergo a metamorphosis. This was the most important step to becoming a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. Many Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters had come here in history, but it was because they were unable to fuse with the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force that they lost the chance to become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. Jianshan calmed himself down and used the senses of his soul. He tried his best to fuse with the origin energy, but the origin energy seemed to reject the approach of Jianshan's soul. No matter how hard Jianshan tried, he was unable to fuse with a single strand of origin energy. Jianshan did not panic at all. Only 2 hours had passed, so he had plenty of time. He constantly tried various methods to establish a connection with the origin energy so that he could understand it. Finally, half a day later, Jianshan successfully fused with a strand of origin energy. Under the pull of his mind, the origin energy slowly approached his head. In the end, it entered Jianshan's head from the top of his head. Boom! Suddenly, a boom rang out in Jianshan's head. As soon as the origin energy entered Jianshan's head, it immediately turned into tremendous energy that filled Jianshan's sea of consciousness. It was changing Jianshan's soul with its own characteristic. However, two streaks of light, one violet and one azure, immediately rose up in Jianshan's sea of consciousness, preventing the origin energy from moving. Although this energy is useless in the future, it's still very useful to Master's current strength. Qing Suo, let's avoid it. Ziying's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. Afterwards, the azure and violet light that blocked the origin energy immediately vanished. Without the obstruction of the azure and violet light, the origin energy immediately began to fuse with Jianshan's soul rapidly, causing Jianshan's soul to change bit by bit. It was undergoing a metamorphosis. Jianshan completely immersed himself in the wonderful feeling of his soul being refined. At that moment, he could clearly sense that his soul was rapidly strengthening. Not only did his comprehension and control of radiant saint force increase, but even the senses of his soul rapidly strengthened. Although it did not directly increase Jianshan's strength, it brought Jianshan great benefit. After who knew how long, the first strand of origin energy finally dispersed. Jianshan could clearly sense that the senses of his soul had expanded by several times compared to before. The range of his senses had expanded from 10 kilometers to 100 kilometers. Chapter 835. The second strand of radiant saint force origin energy was absorbed by Jianshan's soul, which allowed Jianshan's soul to sublimate once again. It became even more powerful, and the range of his soul had increased from 100 kilometers to 150 kilometers. Jianshan almost could not help but moan at the pleasure that came from the sublimation of his soul. The soul was the foundation of a person, the source of life. Without personally experiencing the sublimation of the soul, one would never be able to imagine how profound the wonderful feeling from the depths of one's soul was. The speed at which his soul merged with the second strand of radiant saint force origin energy was slightly faster than before. Very soon, the second strand of radiant saint force origin energy was absorbed by Jianshan as well. It completely merged with Jianshan's soul, causing Jianshan's soul to become even more powerful. At the same time, the range of his soul had also increased to 180 kilometers. The further he went, the slower the rate at which his soul grew. Jianshan immediately began to absorb the third strand of radiant saint force origin energy. Very soon, the third strand of radiant saint force origin energy was absorbed by Jianshan as well. He then began to absorb the fourth, fifth, sixth, as more and more of the radiant saint force origin energy was absorbed by Jianshan. Jianshan's soul was also strengthening at an unbelievable rate. The range of his soul had already reached a few hundred kilometers, and it was expanding to 1,000 kilometers. The artifact spirit stood nearby to protect Jianshan, preventing any accidents from happening when Jianshan absorbed the radiant saint force origin energy. He stared at Jianshan and said softly, "Master, you must absorb as much of the origin energy as possible. Right now, the origin energy is equivalent to building a foundation for Master. It's extremely important because it's related to Master's future achievement. Once more origin energy fuses with your soul, Master's future achievements as a radiant saint master will be even greater." The artifact spirit's words rang out clearly in Jianshan's head. Jianshan said nothing, but he clearly absorbed the origin energy at a faster rate. Jianshan also understood that this was a great opportunity. He could absorb the radiant saint force origin energy as much as he wanted in the next 3 days. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait 50 years before he could absorb the radiant saint force origin energy again. This period of time was a little too long for Jianshan. He had only lived for a little over 20 years since he was born, which was not even half the time it had been since the seal had been removed. Just as Jianshan absorbed the origin energy comfortably in the artifact space, the Radiant Saint Master Union in the City of God had announced a piece of news that caused a great uproar. The Union had actually delayed the entry of the top 10 participants into the artifact space to reach Class 7. They did not give a clear answer as to how long it would take. As soon as the news was announced, it immediately spread like wildfire across the entire city of God before quickly spreading in all directions. It caused a great uproar among the Radiant Saint Masters. This was because ever since the Radiant Saint Master Union had been founded, the opportunity to reach Class 7 once every 50 years had never changed. It had already lasted for countless years. Yet now, the Union had suddenly delayed the process, which immediately confused many people. In particular, the top 10 participants had even expressed their great dissatisfaction to the Union, asking for a reasonable explanation. The Radiant Saint Master Union only gave a vague explanation for the delay. They did not explain it in detail, and they did their best to cover up the news of the Saint artifact being lost. Although the 8 great clans of the City of God and the 3 peak clans that controlled the Holy Emperor's empire knew about this, they did not leak the news. Instead, they ordered all the members of their clans to keep their mouths shut. This was because the people in charge of the 3 peak clans all understood that if news of the Saint artifacts spread, the Union would lose its unity to the Radiant Saint Masters. It would collapse before long. Although the Radiant Saint Master Union was not controlled by the 3 peak clans, it was still a peak organization that belonged to the Holy Emperor's empire. Once the Union disbanded, it would weaken the overall strength of the Holy Emperor's empire. This was something that the 3 clans did not wish to see. As a result, not only did the 3 peak clans not leak the news of the Saint artifact, they even cooperated with the Union to deal with it. At this moment, the white-robed Quan Yu Kai lay on a soft bed in the huge castle of the Union. He stared blankly at the ceiling as he murmured, "I really wonder what the Union is doing. They've actually delayed the time when we enter the artifact space to absorb origin energy. Sigh, I wonder when I'll be able to become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master." And little brother Yang Yutian. I never thought that he would actually be a saint ruler. TSK. Having both the abilities of a Radiant Saint Master and Fighter in one body is something that has never happened on the Tian Yuan continent before. And the young beast by little brother Yang Yutian's side has an even more terrifying origin. It's actually the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. Little brother Yang Yutian is extremely extraordinary. Not only does he possess unprecedented talent, but he even has an ancient divine beast by his side. His future accomplishments can be predicted to be limitless. But little brother Yang Yutian's situation seems to be extremely bad right now. Basically, the entire continent is searching for him. It's even said that some protector clan has appeared. Sigh, I wonder if little brother Yang Yutian is safe with so many people searching for him. The president, grand elder, and over 20 other elders gathered in a secret room beneath the Union. They sat together in a profound position, vaguely forming a formation. The 5th elder sat in the center of the formation. Over 20 Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters worked together to search the Tian Yuan continent using a secret technique in an attempt to find the whereabouts of Jianshan and the Saint artifact. After a long while, the Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters slowly opened their eyes. Exhaustion filled their faces. The 5th elder's exhausted face was filled with disappointment. He let out a long sigh and shook his head in a rather dejected manner. We still can't find the whereabouts of Yang Yutian and the Saint artifact. Not only are they not on the Tian Yuan continent, they're not even in the sea. I can't even sense the imprint I left in Yang Yutian's head. I really don't know where Yang Yutian is hiding. It's actually so difficult to find him. Right now, the Protector clans and the Ancient clans are still searching for Yang Yutian across the entire continent. The Protector clans often use secret techniques to search the entire continent, but they still haven't found him. It looks like Yang Yutian has received the assistance of someone important, hiding in a hidden space that even the Protector clans can't find, the president said with a heavy voice. Yang Yutian's sister seems to be the holy maiden of the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall. Do you think Yang Yutian is hiding in the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall? An elder guessed. All the elders present frowned. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder said with a heavy voice, "If Yang Yutian really is hiding in the Ice Goddess Hall, even the Protector clans won't be able to do anything to him, let alone us. Today is the day that the origin energy is unsealed. Yang Yutian is probably absorbing the origin energy comfortably right now. Once we find Yang Yutian, we definitely won't let him go so easily," an elder said with some anger. Immediately, an elder sneered and retorted, "So what if we find Yang Yutian? What else can we do apart from negotiating with him amicably and getting him to return the saint artifact that belongs to our union? Are we going to use force on Yang Yutian?" You probably don't know about Yang Yutian's background. Not only is Yang Yutian a direct descendant of the Protector clans of Changyang Prefecture, but he's also been highly valued by the great elders of Changyang Prefecture. His elder brother has also become a disciple of the Pure Heart Pavilion. Aside from that, his sister, Changyang Mingyue, is the Holy Maiden of the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall. Do you really think our union has the power to fend off these three organizations? That's right. Yang Yutian's background is extraordinary. Our Radiant Saint Master Union can't be too forceful against him, or we'll end up worse off, an elder agreed. The president of the union stood up and said rather tiredly, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We still haven't found Yang Yutian, so there's nothing we can say. Let's all go back and rest. We'll use the secret technique again after a while and see if we can find Yang Yutian's whereabouts." Within the artifact space, the Radiant Saint Force origin energy that had drifted out of the seal was rapidly absorbed by Jianshin. Jianshin's soul was like a bottomless pit. Even after absorbing countless strands of origin energy, it still did not reach a state of saturation. It never stopped absorbing origin energy. It had already been 3 days since Jianshin had absorbed the origin energy. The senses of his soul had become extremely powerful. Compared to 3 days ago, the difference was like an ant compared to an elephant. 3 days ago, the senses of Jianshin's soul could only extend to a range of 20 kilometers, but now it could easily extend to 1,000 kilometers away. The artifact spirit stood nearby to protect Jianshin the entire time. She murmured, "Master's potential as a Radiant Saint Master is very great. The amount of Radiant Saint Force origin energy he has absorbed in the past 3 days has far exceeded any Class 7 Radiant Saint Master in history. Even the President of the Union won't be able to absorb so much Radiant Saint Force in 3 days. However, the President of the Radiant Saint Master Union has already reached the limit of Radiant Saint Force origin energy he can absorb. He can't take in any more origin energy, so he'll never be able to break through to the 8th class. May I ask where Master's limit is?" Chapter 836. The artifact spirit stood nearby to protect Jianshin. She softly murmured, "Master's potential as a Radiant Saint Master is very great. The amount of Radiant Saint Force origin energy he has absorbed in the past 3 days has far surpassed any Class 7 Radiant Saint Master in history. Even the President of the Union won't be able to absorb so much Radiant Saint Force in 3 days. However, the President of the Radiant Saint Master Union has already reached the limit of the Radiant Saint Force origin energy he can absorb. He can't take in any more origin energy, so he won't be able to break through to the 8th class in his life. I just wonder where Master's limit is. But Master is no ordinary person, or he wouldn't have 2 exalts with him. Master will probably become the 2nd Class 8 Radiant Saint Master on the Tian Yuan continent, continuing the glory of Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters from ancient times. Time passed slowly. Very soon, 3 days had passed. In the side hall, the crack in the seal was healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a powerful suction force appeared, slowly sucking in the drifting source energy. Jianshin knew that the seal was about to close up, so he could not help but become slightly worried. He knew that this opportunity would only come once every 50 years, so he did not want to miss it so easily. He wanted to use this opportunity to absorb some more origin energy. It's too late. Jianchen gritted his teeth as he sensed the rapidly decreasing origin energy in the side hall. He could no longer care about the origin energy in his soul that had yet to completely fuse with it. He expanded the senses of his soul as hard as he could, forming a huge net that enveloped over 100 strands of radiant Saint Force origin energy. Afterward, he forcefully pulled them into his sea of consciousness to steal more radiant Saint Force from the seal. After doing all that, a thought flashed through Jianchen's head. He pulled out a violet token arrow from his space ring and tossed it to the artifact spirit. He said, "This violet token arrow can store radiant Saint Force origin energy." Artifact spirit, quickly store some origin energy in there. The token was the token that the Grand Elder of the Union had given to Jianchen. The artifact spirit took the token and looked at it. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. She said, "There is a strange stone hidden in this purple gold token arrow. It can indeed store a small amount of origin energy. However, there is already a trace of origin energy left in the stone. I will erase it now." The artifact's spirit erased the origin energy left behind by the Grand Elder and waved its hand. Immediately, several dozen strands of origin energy that were on the verge of entering the seal flew over and entered the command arrow before disappearing. It's a pity that the amount of origin energy that can be stored is too little. A few dozen strands of origin energy is the limit of what it can withstand. If we can find a bigger one, we can probably store even more origin energy. The artifact spirit sighed softly as it looked at the purple gold token in its hand. The seal finally closed completely. All the radiant Saint Force origin energy in the surroundings had vanished. Not a single strand remained. Only then did the entire hall return to its peaceful state. Jianchen did not wake up. He continued to sit on the ground and refine the radiant Saint Force origin energy. In the end, he absorbed over 100 strands of radiant Saint Force origin energy at once. All the strands of radiant Saint Force origin energy remained in Jianchen's soul. They had not been completely refined by Jianchen. Gradually, the gloomy side hall was filled with an invisible pressure. This pressure was not the pressure of one's aura, but the pressure of one's soul. It could directly affect one's soul through this pressure. Jianchen was now a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, but the difference in strength between Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters was extremely great. The only way to increase one's strength was to refine the Radiant Saint Force origin energy. The more Radiant Saint Force origin energy that fused with the soul, the more powerful they would be. Although Jianchen was a new Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, the amount of Radiant Saint Force origin energy he had absorbed in the past 3 days had far exceeded any of the new members. As a result, Jianchen's strength had far surpassed all the new members as soon as he became a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. He had even surpassed some of the elders of the Union. The 100 strands of radiant Saint Force origin energy in Jianchen's sea of consciousness were constantly refined while the pressure from his soul constantly increased. After almost an hour, Jianchen finally refined all 100 strands of radiant Saint Force origin energy. At this moment, Jianchen felt like his soul had become unprecedentedly powerful. At the same time, his perception and control of radiant Saint Force in the surroundings had increased to an extremely terrifying level. It was as if he only needed a single thought to cast radiant arts to attack. He did not need time to charge up at all. The Radiant Saint Master Union divides the strength of Radiant Saint Masters into 10 classes. Class 5 and 10 are Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters. "I wonder what class I've reached," Jianchen murmured. "Master, you've reached the 6th level," the artifact spirit's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen beamed with that. He murmured, "I never thought that I'd directly jump from the 5th level to the 6th level as soon as I broke through to the 7th class. It's a pity that 3 days is just too short. If I had more time, my strength definitely wouldn't stop at this level. I just wonder if I'll be able to reach the 8th class in the future. Master, your potential as a Radiant Saint Master is very high. The speed at which origin energy fuses with your soul is extremely fast. You're the fastest Radiant Saint Master I've ever seen. However, it becomes more and more difficult for Radiant Saint Masters to increase their strength in the future. Takes longer and longer as well. At the same time, there's a limit to how much origin energy a person can fuse with their soul. It's this limit that prevents many Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters from progressing their entire lives. They're unable to break through to the 8th class. For example, the President of the Union has already reached his limit. As a result, it's impossible for him to become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master in his lifetime. Even if they use unorthodox methods, it'll be impossible for him to break through, the artifact spirit explained. Jianshan sank into his thoughts. He murmured, I see. Looks like whether I can become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master in the future depends on the limit of origin energy my soul can hold. If my soul can hold too little origin energy, it'll be impossible for me to become a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master no matter how great my talent is. In the next moment, Jianshan seemed to realize something. He gently smiled, whatever. I'm a fighter, and I mainly cultivate the chaotic body. Being a Radiant Saint Master is just a secondary identity. Class 7 and 8 don't mean much to me. The main reason why I'm in such a hurry to become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master is to take care of my parents and Xiaobai's mother. The artifact spirit did not say anything else. He passed the token to Jianshan and said, Master, I've already stored some origin energy in there according to your instructions. However, there's not a lot. There's only a few dozen strands. Jianshan studied the token and said in thought, I never thought that there would actually be materials in the world that can store Radiant Saint Force origin energy. It looks like I need to collect more of these materials. They'll be of great use in the future. Jianshan stowed the token away and left the side hall. He did not absorb the strands of origin energy stored in the token. After leaving the side hall, Jianshan took a few more Class 7 monster cores from the artifact spirit before immediately returning to where he cultivated in seclusion. He continued his cultivation. I've already become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master, so I have the ability to revive my parent. I also have the ability to heal Xiaobai's mother, Rum Guinness. And I only need to use a strand of origin energy to heal the destroyed saint weapon of Uncle Kendall's son, so he can cultivate again. I've resolved a knot in my heart. However, I can't return to the Tian Yuan continent right now. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Although I have the ability to threaten the Holy Emperor now, I can't use a forbidden technique like God's Descent so easily. The price is just too great. Many thoughts surged through Jianshan's head. He turned his yearning into motivation and immediately cast aside the stray thoughts in his head. He immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan spent another year in the artifact space. During that year, Jianshan cultivated day and night, absorbing the energy from the monster cores to strengthen his chaotic force. With the accumulation of so many high-class monster cores, his chaotic Niden had already shrunk to the size of an egg. The chaotic Niden that had almost been depleted in the City of God had finally recovered, allowing his chaotic force to return to its peak. However, Jianshan had no intentions of stopping at all. He continued to shut himself in, silently enduring the boredom and loneliness as he absorbed the energy from the monster cores to slowly strengthen his chaotic Niden. His goal was to expand his chaotic Niden to the size of a fist. Then, it would be time for him to reach the second layer of the chaotic body. At the same time, more and more dragon souls roamed the mountains outside the artifact space. The depths of the Sea of Stars had basically become a playground for dragon souls. Dragon souls could be seen everywhere as they roamed the mountains like they were taking a stroll. From time to time, they would let out a drawn-out dragon's roar. At the center, a huge door stood between heaven and earth, emitting a dazzling light. Countless dragon souls shuttled back and forth through the door. This was the tomb of the dragon clan, the dragon's mausoleum. Suddenly, an extremely powerful presence emerged from the dragon's tomb. Like a surging wave, it spread towards the sea of illusory stars in an unstoppable manner. In just a short moment, it enveloped the entire sea of illusory stars. Roar! This aura did not belong to the dragon clan, but to an outsider. As soon as the aura spread out, it immediately attracted the attention of all the dragon souls inside and outside the dragon tomb. Especially when this huge outsider's aura came from the dragon clan's holy land, it immediately touched the bottom line of all the dragon souls. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar spread throughout the sea of illusory stars. Chapter 837. The roars of the several tens of thousands of dragon souls were filled with endless fury. Although they did not possess any intelligence, they subconsciously treated the dragon's tomb as a sacred place in their hearts, a sacred place that could not be violated. They would never allow outsiders to invade it. At this moment, the presence of an outsider actually appeared from the sacred place in the hearts of the countless dragon souls. This immediately angered all the dragon souls and touched their bottom line. The roars of the several tens of thousands of dragon souls destroyed the surroundings, causing space to tremble. The world trembled and mountains collapsed. The sea of illusory stars had maintained for countless years was finally broken at this moment. The entire dragon island was shaking violently. The earth was shaking violently. Countless abyss-like cracks appeared on the ground. Many mountain ranges in the surroundings were unable to withstand the roar of several tens of thousands of dragon souls and directly burst open. The mountain forest was in a complete mess. Afterwards, the dragon souls that were still roaming outside all roared furiously and flew into the tomb as quickly as they could. Ruijin stood sternly in the tomb. The presence of the mutated god Black Fish, when he broke through to the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, had already broken through his draconic presence, alarming all the dragon souls in the tomb. At this moment, 10,000 dragons roared in the sky above the tomb. They all charged toward where Black Fish stood. A portion of the dragon souls opened their mouths and spat out dragon's breaths in the direction of Black Fish. Suddenly, a dense dragon aura blotted out the sky and radiated a surging energy fluctuation. It flew in from all directions, causing the space in the dragon tomb to tremble. The dragon souls that spat out the dragon's breaths varied in strength. They ranged from Heaven Saint Masters to 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor and even great perfection. The surging energy from the countless dragon's breaths made Ruijin, who had reached the 9th heavenly layer, feel his scalp tingle. "Black Fish, withdraw your presence," Ruijin growled. With a flash, he dodged the dragon's breaths that shot over from all directions. Black Fish, who had just broken through to the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, became extremely stern. He knew just how terrifying the tomb was. Not only were there dragon souls at the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor or Great Perfection, but there were even dragon souls at the same level as the Holy Emperor. Even though his strength had increased, there was still the danger of dying here. Black Fish immediately withdrew his presence before turning into a black streak of light and passing through the weakest dragon's breaths. He flew out of the tomb with lightning-like speed. However, all the dragon souls had already locked onto him. Even though Black Fish had withdrawn his presence, he was still pursued by all the dragon souls. Countless dragon souls surrounded him from all directions, almost forming a circle to seal off the surroundings. They cut off all paths of retreat for Black Fish. A gleam of light flickered through Black Fish's eyes. He bellowed out and his body suddenly began to swell. He turned into a 10,000-meter-long crocodile in a single moment. He had returned to his original form. Blackfish's original form was a mutated divine crocodile. Although it was not a beast of antiquity, it possessed great battle prowess on par with beasts of antiquity. He roared at the sky and charged in the direction that was easiest to break through. A massive black streak of light flashed past, and Heiyu had already arrived within the sealing circle formed by the several dozen Class 7 and Class 8 dragon souls. He did not hold back at all, and attacked with all his might. He ignored the attacks of the Type 7 dragon souls, allowing them to hit his huge body as he focused on dealing with the Type 8 dragon souls. In the end, Blackfish's body endured the attacks of dozens of Type 7 dragon souls. He finally dispersed a few of the Type 8 dragon souls in an instant. He did not stop at all and flew out of the tomb. Ing, ing, ing. At this moment, several even louder voices rang out in the dragon's tomb, accompanied by a tremendous presence that blotted out the sky and earth from the depths of the tomb. The presence was so powerful that it was shocking. It was as if the presence alone was enough to destroy the world. Suddenly, the huge dragon's tomb began to shake violently. Several terrifying energy fluctuations that could destroy the world came from the depths of the dragon's tomb. Several huge dragon souls that were tens of thousands of meters long slowly emerged from the huge tombstones in the depths of the dragon's tomb. With the appearance of these dragon souls, all the dragon souls in the tomb, including the Type 7 and Type 8 dragon souls, stopped their pursuit of Blackfish. They all faced the few dragon souls and prostrated themselves on the ground, as if they were welcoming the arrival of their kings. Type 9 dragon souls. Heiyu turned pale with fright, and his face instantly paled. He was almost frightened out of his wits by the appearance of these Class 9 dragon souls, so he immediately pushed his speed to the limit and fled out of the tomb. Golden mystical dragon Ruijin stood not far away with a solemn expression as he sent out a punch, sending a ball of dragon chi flying out of the tomb. At the same time, he barked, "Blackfish, hide in the dragon chi, otherwise you're dead for sure." Blackfish immediately transformed into his human form, entering the dragon chi sent out by Ruijin in a flash. At the same time, he retracted his aura and energy, using the dragon chi to cover his own, as he flew out of the tomb. Ing! A Type 9 dragon soul let out a deafening roar, causing the entire dragon tomb to tremble. It then spat out a mouthful of powerful dragon flames towards the exit of the dragon tomb, bringing with it a high temperature as it flew towards Heiyu. Although Blackfish's aura was covered by the dragon chi, when he entered the dragon chi, there was still a trace of his own aura outside. It was impossible to hide from the Type 9 dragon soul that had reached the level of the human Holy Emperor. The dragon flame turned into a ball of raging flames, as it streaked across the sky like a meteor, flying towards Blackfish. Its speed was several times faster than Blackfish's flying speed. Blackfish's expression was solemn. At this moment, he was flying in a straight line with the dragon chi sent out by Ruijin. There was no way for him to change his direction, and the dragon flame chasing after him was also in the same trajectory. At this rate, the dragon flame would soon catch up to him. Heiyu turned around to look at the rapidly approaching Long Yen, then looked at the distant dragon tomb in front of him. Gritting his teeth, his speed suddenly increased, and he directly rushed out of the encirclement of the dragon chi, flying towards the entrance of the tomb. Without the cover of the dragon chi, Blackfish's aura was immediately exposed to the senses of all the dragon souls in the tomb. Immediately, those Type 9 dragons let out dragon roars, and a few more dragon breaths were shot out from their mouths, flying towards Blackfish with incomparable speed. However, at this time, Blackfish had already rushed out of the tomb into the sea of illusory stars. He immediately changed his direction and flew towards the mountain range below, avoiding the dragon breaths that were chasing after him. However, there were still many dragon souls outside the tomb. As soon as Blackfish escaped from the tomb, he was immediately surrounded by the dragon souls outside the tomb. However, the dragon souls outside the tomb were relatively weak, and Black Fish managed to carve out a path with his powerful strength. Roar! A huge dragon roar came from the tomb, and the majestic aura caused the entire tomb to tremble violently. Several Type 9 dragon souls left their nest and chased after him. Not good, I have to leave this place immediately. Black Fish's heart was heavy, and he no longer had the intention to stay here. He immediately rushed out, hoping to leave the sea of illusory stars before the Type 9 dragon souls chased after him. Restrain your aura immediately and don't act rashly. Right at this time, Golden Dragon Ruegin's solemn voice entered Blackfish's ears. Ruegin's figure had appeared beside Blackfish unknowingly, and he immediately grabbed Blackfish's shoulder and flew to the side. Blackfish immediately gave up on the idea of acting on his own and retracted his aura, handing over his body to Ruegin. Ruegin wrapped Blackfish with his own dragon chi, and brought Blackfish to constantly change directions between the mountains, shaking off the dragon souls that were chasing after them. Roar! A huge dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth, and an incomparably huge golden dragon head extended out from the tomb. A Type 9 dragon head had already left the tomb and appeared outside the sea of illusory stars. However, Blackfish was now with Ruegin, and that foreign aura was completely covered by Ruegin's pure dragon chi. Even with this Type 9 dragon's shocking strength, it did not have intelligence, and could not detect Blackfish's aura. Not only it, but the rest of the dragon souls had also lost their sense of Blackfish, and they roared furiously in all directions. After searching for a long time but could not find Blackfish's aura, the Type 9 dragon soul was not only enraged, but it also let out a shocking dragon roar towards the sky. Boom! Boom! This dragon roar was much more powerful than the roar of 10,000 dragons. The terrifying sound wave directly caused the mountains to explode, and countless hummingbirds in the surroundings collapsed. Even the dragon chi that Ruegin used to protect Blackfish shook violently, and was on the verge of collapse. The dragon roar was mixed with a huge dragon's might, and even Blackfish could not help but tremble, and a trace of hidden fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. After the mountains collapsed, the sacred tool hidden in the cave was also exposed. Even though the sacred tool did not emit any energy waves, it was still an external object, and without the mountain rocks in the sea of illusory stars to isolate its aura, its existence was immediately sensed by many dragon souls. Immediately, the dragon souls in the surroundings focused their attention on the sacred tool, and flew over from all directions. The sacred tool immediately emitted a layer of faint golden light, and with a swish it flew away, not daring to stay there. Countless Class 7 and Class 8 dragon souls breathed out dragon breaths, filling the sky with dragon breath. The dragon breaths enveloped the saint artifact and quickly enveloped it. Although the sacred tool was only a support-type sacred tool, and did not have much offensive power, its hardness was not something that those Type 8 dragon souls could damage. The sacred tool flew out of the sky full of dragon chi, and it did not slow down in the slightest, continuing to fly away, completely unscathed. Suddenly, a Type 9 dragon emerged from the dragon's tomb and breathed out a mouthful of dragon chi, which turned into a sea of fire that enveloped the sacred tool. The terrifying temperature turned the surrounding mountain rocks into fiery red lava, forming a land of lava. Chapter 838. Although a Class 9 dragon possessed the strength to damage a saint artifact, the flames alone were unable to deal too much damage to the saint artifact. At most, they would only be able to increase the temperature of the saint artifact. The saint artifact stared at the flames and shot through the sky as a golden streak of light. It directly charged out of the range of the flames and made its way out of the sea of illusions. Roar! The golden Class 9 dragon soul produced a long dragon's roar again. Its colossal body immediately began to shrink, turning into a 100-meter-long dragon soul in the end. It flew out of the tomb and chased after the saint artifact. Clearly, it did not plan on letting the saint artifact go. Afterward, a few more Class 9 dragon souls flew out of the tomb and chased after the Saint Artifact with lightning-like speed. The Saint Artifact was being controlled by the Artifact Spirit right now, so it was completely incomparable to the Class 9 dragon souls in terms of speed. Coupled with the fact that the Class 9 dragon souls had retained everything they had learned before, they caught up to the Saint Artifact in a single instance. One of them directly opened its huge mouth and bit at the Saint Artifact. Creak! The seemingly illusory fangs of the rank 9 dragon soul were actually solid. They were incomparably tough. When the sharp fangs bit down on the Saint Artifact, the friction between the fangs and the Saint Artifact caused intense sparks to erupt. With the sound of metal clashing, the sharp fangs of the rank 9 dragon soul actually left a shallow mark on the surface of the Saint Artifact. The Saint Artifact shone with brighter and brighter golden light before violently trembling. When the Class 9 dragon soul opened its mouth, it immediately flew out, fleeing into the distance with even greater speed than before. Although the artifact spirit of the Saint Artifact possessed the strength of the Holy Emperor, its full strength could only be unleashed within the artifact space. If it was outside, even a Saint ruler would struggle to deal with the artifact spirit. This was because the Saint Artifact was not a treasure that focused on attack. It was pitifully weak in terms of external attack. The space in front of the sacred artifact was suddenly torn apart. A massive dragon claw transformed into a series of afterimages as it swiped at the sacred artifact. This seemingly ordinary swipe actually contained a great dragon might. Wherever the dragon claw passed, the surrounding space would be torn apart, revealing a void of darkness. Ding! A sharp claw swiped at the sacred artifact, and the sacred artifact, which was only the size of a fist, was immediately sent flying. A clear claw mark had appeared on the surface of the sacred artifact. After suffering such a heavy blow, the entire artifact space was greatly affected. The entire artifact space began to tremble violently. The hazy sky constantly changed as if a serpent dragon was surging through it. It caused the hazy clouds to surge and space to tremble. Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress had already received the notice from the artifact spirit long ago. They both emerged from seclusion and hovered in the air, sternly staring at the trembling artifact space. What happened? Could it be that the dragon soul outside discovered us? The heavenly enchantress hugged her zither as a strange light flowed through her enchanting eyes. She was slightly worried. She knew very well what was the most dangerous thing in the sea of illusory stars. It was definitely not the powerhouses who had been reduced to walking corpses and the arrays that covered the entire sea of illusory stars, but the dragon souls that had no consciousness and only knew how to wander around. If they came across zombies and formations, they would still have a chance at victory and escape, but once they came across dragon souls, they would most likely die. Even Holy Emperor-level experts would face the danger of dying, because once they provoked a dragon soul, they would attract even more and even more powerful dragon souls. Artifact Spirit, what's the situation outside? Jianshan growled. Master, we're currently facing the attacks of several dragon souls that have reached the Holy Emperor level. The Artifact Spirit's voice rang out in the air. It was extremely stern. Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress both gasped when they heard that. Their faces became rather pale. Several Class 9 dragon souls that have reached the Holy Emperor level. Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress felt their mouths dry up as despair filled their hearts when they thought of the invincible lineup on the Tian Yuan continent. Artifact Spirit, are you confident in escaping from the hands of these rank 9 dragon souls? Also, can those rank 9 dragon souls break through the Saint Artifact? Jianshan asked with a heavy voice. The Saint Artifact was their only hope right now. If they left the artifact space, the two of them would definitely die before the dragon souls. After all, the Class 9 dragon souls did not possess any intelligence. They would not even have the chance to negotiate with them. The Class 9 dragon souls have retained everything they've learned when they were alive. If they use the full strength of their secret techniques, the Saint artifact won't be able to endure them at all. Master, I'll try my best and see if I can escape from them. The artifact spirit's stern voice rang out in the air. At that moment, the artifact spirit had completely lost its usual composure because it was facing a moment of life and death. In the Sea of Stars, the Saint artifact was knocked far away by a Class 9 dragon soul. It collided with a huge boulder over a dozen kilometers away, sinking deeply into the boulder. Boom! Immediately after, the huge boulder exploded and the Saint artifact flew out of the boulder, emitting a dense golden radiance. It turned into a streak of golden light and flew at a low altitude among the messy mountains. Using the boulder as cover, it flew out of the sea of illusory stars at full speed. Only by leaving the sea of illusory stars would it be able to shake off the few Class 9 dragon souls behind it. The several 9th-grade dragon souls behind him roared again and again as they chased after the Saint artifact relentlessly. It was as if they were chasing after an enemy that they had a blood feud with. Wherever these 9th-order dragon souls passed by, the surrounding scenery would immediately be destroyed. If it was not a bottomless abyss, it would be a land of lava or a land of extreme cold. All of these were destroyed by the dragon breath they exhaled, and countless natural treasures lost their lives. During the process of escaping, the Saint artifact was struck several more times, causing more and more scratches to appear on the Saint artifact. Fortunately, none of the 9th-grade dragon souls had used any secret techniques of the dragon race. Otherwise, the damage to the Saint artifact would have been far more severe. The Saint artifact was also tossed around in the depths of the Sea of Stars by the Class 9 dragon souls. After escaping for a long time, it was still in the depths of the Sea of Stars. Just as the Saint artifact was sent flying by one of the Class 9 dragon souls, golden mystical dragon Ruejin suddenly appeared beside the Saint artifact with black fish. Ruejin directly grabbed the Saint artifact and disappeared with black fish in a flash. The Class 9 dragon souls let out deep dragon roars as they flew past the Saint artifact. Soon after, they slowly came to a stop and hovered in midair. Their huge dragon heads swept the surroundings in an attempt to find the aura of the Saint artifact. On a cliff a dozen kilometers away, golden mystical dragon Ruejin stood there with the Saint artifact in his hand. He emitted a powerful draconic aura to conceal the aura of the Saint artifact and black fish. He was a member of the dragon race, so he would not be attacked by the dragon souls. Artifact spirit, you'll only be safe if you follow me here. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape from Dragon Island at all, Ruejin said softly. However, he stared at the golden Class 9 dragon soul that had shrunk to 100 meters in size with mixed feelings. His face was filled with some sorrow. The artifact spirit communicated with Ruejin. A while later, Ruejin looked at the mutated god beside him and said, "Blackfish, the peace on Dragon Island will probably return to normal in a few days. It's not safe for you to follow me here. Return to the artifact space first and let the artifact spirit use the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force to heal your arm." Blackfish glanced at the Class 9 dragon souls with lingering fear and nodded silently. Afterward, a white light shone from the artifact and enveloped Blackfish. He vanished, having returned to the artifact space. Ruejin gripped the palm-sized Saint artifact as he stared at the golden dragon soul that was hesitating in the air because it could not find the presence of the Saint artifact. In the end, he slowly knelt down and kowtowed 9 times to the dragon soul from afar. He said, "Your great-grandson Ruejin greets the ancestor." Ruejin did not leave Dragon Island. Instead, he opened up a cave in a safe place with the Saint artifact. He temporarily stayed in the cave and waited for peace to return to the outside world. Jian Chun and the heavenly enchantress hovered in the air with heavy hearts in the artifact space. The two of them had no idea what had happened outside. Right at this moment, the space in front of the two of them fluctuated violently, and then an old man in a black robe appeared in front of them out of thin air. It was the mutated divine black fish. Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress' eyes immediately narrowed with black fish's sudden appearance. The heavenly enchantress did not know the exact situation within the saint artifact. She thought that black fish wanted to do something to them, so she immediately became vigilant. When Jianchen saw black fish, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Clearly, he recognized black fish. He subconsciously asked, "Why have you appeared here?" Black fish indifferently glanced at Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress. He ignored the two of them and said to the empty space, "Please heal my arm, Ma am artifact spirit." The artifact spirit silently appeared. Seeing Jianchen's doubtful expression, she immediately said, "Master." The artifact spirit explained everything that had happened outside to Jianchen. When they learned that the saint artifact had been concealed by Ruijin's dragon chi and was fine, the two of them could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, when Black Fish heard the artifact spirit refer to Jianchen as master, he immediately became astounded. He could not remain calm at all. Black Fish had stayed in the artifact space for several thousand years, so he knew extremely well how powerful the artifact spirit was. It was an existence comparable to the Holy Emperor, yet the powerful artifact spirit was actually willing to accept a mere saint ruler as master. Black Fish found this unbelievable. However, when Black Fish thought about how even the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, followed Jianchen, he understood. He could tell that Jianchen was extraordinary. His origins were probably far greater than what he could imagine. Realizing this, Black Fish's gaze toward Jianchen immediately changed. He no longer looked down on Jianchen, who was only a saint ruler. At this moment, Jianchen discovered that Black Fish's left sleeve was empty. He asked out of curiosity, "Senior, was your arm injured by the Class 9 dragon souls outside?" If it was before, Black Fish would have disdained to answer Jianchen's question, but it was different now. He replied emotionlessly, "My arm wasn't injured by the dragon souls, but by the strange formation above the island." Chapter 839. The artifact spirit extended a finger and immediately, a strand of radiant Saint Force origin energy appeared out of nowhere. It shot into Black Fish's body as a white streak of light and disappeared. As the radiant Saint Force origin energy entered Heiyu's body, a bright, white light immediately rose up from Heiyu's body, enveloping him completely. The reason why Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters could regrow limbs, and even bring the dead back to life was all because they could control the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. Only the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force could have such a heaven-defying effect, being able to regenerate limbs. When Jianchen had first entered the City of God, the young master who had his finger bitten off by the white tiger was only injured very lightly. Coupled with the fact that he had kept his finger intact, a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master was able to reconnect his finger. It could not be considered regrowth. Black Fish's body was enveloped by dense Radiant Saint Force. Through the bright white light, his empty left sleeve could be seen gently fluttering. His severed left arm was regenerating at a visible rate. 2 hours later, the intense white light that shrouded Black Fish disappeared, and his left arm had regenerated into an abnormally white and tender arm. The skin on his arm was smooth and tender, like that of a newborn baby. Black Fish moved his newly regenerated left arm as joy filled his face. He then clasped his fist towards the artifact spirit and said gratefully, "Thank you, Sir Artifact Spirit. Black Fish will remember your kindness. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you." The artifact spirit smiled indifferently. Regenerating Black Fish's severed arm was as easy as moving a finger for him. At the same time, he had basically watched Black Fish grow up, so he obviously had a special feeling towards Black Fish. With his severed arm recovered, Black Fish was clearly very happy. He turned his head towards Jianchen and actually took the initiative to talk to Jianchen. "May I know your name, little brother?" Blackfish's expression was not arrogant at all. Ever since the artifact spirit called Jianshan Master, Blackfish had already regarded Jianshan as his equal. I am Jianshan. Jianshan clasped his hands. So it's little brother Jianshan. Oh right, may I ask why little brother Jianshan has come to Dragon Island? Blackfish's tone was extremely indifferent. Although he did not underestimate Jianshan, Jianshan was not enough for Blackfish, who had reached the 9th heavenly layer, to respect him. After a moment of thought, Jianshan said, Actually, we've come here to find dragon saliva grass. Dragon saliva grass grows in the depths of the sea of illusory stars. It's a pity that as soon as we set foot into the depths, we came across those dragon souls and had no choice but to hide in the saint artifact. Senior, may I ask if you've discovered where dragon saliva grass grows? Dragon saliva grass. Blackfish frowned slightly. The Class 9 dragon souls have already turned the outside world upside down. It's like an ancient battlefield, where not a single blade of grass grows. Even if there's dragon saliva grass, it won't be able to survive. Jianshan's face changed when he heard that. His heart immediately became heavy. If he could not find the 100,000-year-old dragon saliva grass, his great-grandfather would not be able to break through to Saint Ruler. He would pass away very soon. Blackfish guessed that the dragon saliva grass was probably extremely important to Jianshan when he saw the sudden change in Jianshan's expression. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Perhaps there's only one place where dragon saliva grass exists now. Jianshan's eyes lit up. He looked at Blackfish hopefully and said, Please tell me, Senior. The Tomb of the Dragon's Mausoleum. Blackfish said with a heavy voice. The Dragon's Mausoleum. Jianshan murmured. His face was filled with bitterness. Although he had not personally seen the Dragon's Mausoleum, he knew that it was extremely dangerous without even thinking about it. It was the home of the dragon souls. It was not a place he could set foot in. The Dragon's Mausoleum is indeed extremely dangerous. There are Class 9 dragon souls there. Without the strength of the Holy Emperor, you'll just be sending yourself to your death. However, Ruijin is an exception. Ruijin's original form is a golden divine dragon, the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. He can move about freely here. You might be able to get Ruijin to help you obtain the dragon saliva grass you need, Blackfish continued. Blackfish's words reignited the flames of hope in Jianshan's heart. He immediately ordered the artifact spirit to contact Ruijin and ask for his help in finding the dragon saliva grass. Ruijin hesitated for a while before agreeing to Jianshan's request in the end. Afterward, Ruijin entered the dragon's mausoleum again with the saint artifact in hand. He collected 6 stalks of dragon saliva grass and gave them to Jianshan. The dragon saliva grass was formed from the saliva of the dragons that dripped onto the ground before they slowly grew. The dragon saliva grass in the dragon's mausoleum had all been left behind by the old dragons who had come to the dragon's mausoleum to await their deaths before the disappearance of the dragon clan. They had existed for countless years now, so every single stalk was a priceless treasure. If they were taken outside, they would cause a storm of blood. Not only would they attract many saint rulers to fight over them, even a few holy emperor experts would not be able to remain unmoved. Jianshan held the dragon saliva grass in the artifact space. His face was filled with excitement. He had no idea just how valuable the dragon saliva grass was. All he thought about was that his great-grandfather could finally break through to Saint Ruler successfully. The heavenly enchantress stared at the dragon saliva grass in Jianshan's hand as she stood beside him. A sliver of desire appeared in her eyes. She had some understanding of the dragon saliva grass. She could tell that the dragon saliva grass was extremely old, over 100,000 years old, which tempted her very much. However, the dragon saliva grass had been obtained by Jianshan through his connections. She had not done anything at all, so she was too embarrassed to ask for it. Jianchen held the dragon saliva grass like they were treasures. He calmed down very quickly and noticed the heavenly enchantress gaze. He immediately understood what she was thinking and kept 2 of the dragon's saliva grass for himself. He passed the remaining 4 to the heavenly enchantress and said, "Senior, you should need the dragon's saliva grass more than I do, right? Please accept them all." The heavenly enchantress stared at the 4 dragon saliva grass in Jianchen's hand in a daze. The dragon saliva grass that Ruijin had given her were all over 100,000 years old, so she understood their value extremely well. Now that Jianchen had given her 4 dragon saliva grass, the heavenly enchantress found it rather hard to believe. Her heart wavered slightly. After a moment of hesitation, the heavenly enchantress did not reject the dragon's saliva grass. She accepted the dragon's saliva grass from Jianchen and thanked him softly. She was unable to resist the temptation of the dragon's saliva grass. Every single one of the 4 dragon saliva grass possessed tremendous vitality. It was just too beneficial to her. The heavenly enchantress carefully stored the dragon saliva grass in a jade box before stowing it away in her space ring. After a moment of hesitation, she secretly said to Jianchen through a communication technique, "The dragon saliva grass is extremely precious. It's basically a sacred item that only exists in legends on the Tian Yuan continent. If it's possible, why don't you ask for some more?" The heavenly enchantress spoke extremely softly. Coupled with her heavenly voice, it gave her voice a strange charm. Jianchen felt his heart become numb when he heard it. Jianchen glanced at the heavenly enchantress with a strange expression. Even her voice was so enchanting. He struggled to imagine just how beautiful the heavenly enchantress was under her veil. The heavenly enchantress seemed to realize something when she sensed Jianchen's strange gaze. She immediately avoided Jianchen's gaze in a hurry and recovered her composure very soon. Her enchanting eyes returned to their previous iciness. Jianchen hesitated before listening to the heavenly enchantress in the end. He said to the sky, "Senior, can you give me some more dragon saliva grass? I have great use for it." Jianchen did not receive a reply. After waiting for a while, another 6 stalks of dragon saliva grass appeared in the artifact space. Every single stalk was extremely old. "Is this enough?" Ruijin's voice was clearly transmitted into the artifact space under the assistance of the artifact spirit. Jianchen glanced at the heavenly enchantress in question. The heavenly enchantress gently stomped her foot when she noticed Jianchen's gaze. She cursed him inside and clenched her teeth before replying again, "The more the better." Jianchen immediately replied, "It's not enough. The more the better." "What? The more the better? You sure are greedy." Ruijin's furious curses rang out from outside. The heavenly enchantress cursed inside again when she heard Jianchen's reply. She had never thought that Jianchen would be so straightforward. The mutated crocodile, Black Fish, glanced past Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress meaningfully. He chuckled, "Ruijin is right. You really are greedy. Every single stalk of dragon saliva grass is close to 1,000,000 years old. Ruijin has given you 12 stalks, yet you're still not satisfied. You really don't know how lucky you are. It's a pity that I've reached the 9th heavenly layer, so the dragon saliva grass is useless to me. Otherwise, I really would want to ask Ruijin for a stalk or 2. Jianchen awkwardly laughed and said nothing. A while later, Ruijin's voice finally rang out from outside, "Whatever. Dragon Island has already become like this, so there's no point in leaving the dragon saliva grass there. I'll gather some more for you out of respect for Sir Artifact Spirit and the Winged Tiger." Before long, there was another flash of white light in the artifact space. Several dozen stalks of dragon saliva grass, that were half a meter tall, had appeared before Jianchen. Every single stalk was close to 1,000,000 years old. "Thank you, Senior." After thanking her, Jianchen immediately stowed the several dozen stalks of dragon saliva grass into his space ring. He generously gave the 12 stalks of dragon saliva grass he had obtained earlier to the heavenly enchantress, causing her hands to gently tremble in joy. The next few days were extremely peaceful. Ruijin waited for the dragon souls on Dragon Island to calm down before letting the artifact spirit release the people in a remote place. Something has happened to Dragon Island. I want to stay here and search for the reason. Are you going to stay or leave? Ruijin asked them. Ruijin, you're the only friend I have, Blackfish. Now that my strength has increased, I won't be a burden to you at the very least. I'll stay and search for the reason for the change on Dragon Island with you, Blackfish said without any hesitation. There's still something I want to find in the Sea of Illusory Stars. I want to stay. I don't want to leave the Sea of Illusory Stars before I find it, said Jianchen. Chapter 840. Since you're willing to enter, I won't say too much. We might encounter unpredictable dangers later on, so you have to be careful, Ruijin said. Senior, don't worry. If we really encounter a danger we can't resist, we will immediately enter the artifact space, Jianchen said. He now had a clear understanding of the artifact's abilities. Unless they encountered a Holy Emperor-level expert, no one would be able to damage the artifact for half a day. He didn't believe that there were Holy Emperor-level experts on this Dragon Island apart from those rank 9 dragon souls. Moreover, even if they really encountered a Holy Emperor-level undead, Jianchen wouldn't be afraid. That was because those undead were different from the dragon souls. The dragon souls of the dragon race retained all their knowledge from before they were born. Their battle prowess wasn't any weaker than when they were at their peak. Coupled with their innate abilities, they had the ability to damage the artifact. However, those Holy Emperor-level undead didn't have this ability. They didn't know any battle techniques at all. They had even forgotten all the powerful battle techniques they grasped when they were still alive. They could only use the most primitive method to attack. That kind of powerful attack couldn't damage the artifact at all. In addition, whether there were any Holy Emperor-level undead in the Sea of Illusory Stars was still a question. That was because those who died in the Sea of Illusory Stars would become undead. The few Holy Emperor-level experts that died here in the past didn't count. A few days later, when the Dragon Island became completely peaceful, Ruijin led the group and left this place. He used his own draconic aura to conceal their presence and continued to advance towards the depths of the Sea of Illusory Stars. Little brother Jianchen, what are you looking for here? Blackfish suddenly asked Jianchen while walking beside Jianchen. Because of the artifact, Blackfish's attitude towards Jianchen had changed a lot. Jianchen took out the heavenly star powder from his interspatial ring and said, Junior is looking for this thing. This thing is very important to Junior. Before I find it, Junior will not leave the illusory star ocean. What is this? Blackfish stared curiously at the heavenly star powder in Jianchen's hand. This is the heavenly star powder, a material used for refining weapons. Jianchen roughly explained the use of the heavenly star powder without hiding anything. He knew that in this world, other than himself, there was probably no one else who knew the true use of this thing. Refining weapons? The expression on Blackfish's face became even more perplexed. Puzzled, he asked, Strange, don't you humans use holy weapons? Why do you need to reforge weapons? The topic of Jianchen refining weapons seemed to be extremely new to them. Ruijin and the heavenly enchantress both turned their heads to look at Jianchen. Strange expressions filled their faces. Jianchen hesitated before saying, To be honest, Junior Saint weapon has already shattered, so I can't reforge another one. As a result, I can only find materials to refine weapons that suit me. What? Your Saint weapon has already shattered? The heavenly enchantress could not help but cry out. Disbelief filled her eyes. The heavenly enchantress had clearly witnessed the strength that Jianchen had displayed along the way. She had never thought that Jianchen, who could fend off over 100 zombies with a ruler weapon and kill a Class 7 dragon soul with lightning speed, would actually be a fighter with a shattered saint weapon. She found this very hard to believe. Ruijin and Blackfish also stared at Jianchen in surprise. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Although they had grown up in the artifact space, they still had some understanding of the outside world. The heavenly enchantress calmed down very soon. She glanced at the heavenly star powder in Jianchen's hand and began to ponder. She said, "I seem to know a little about the heavenly star powder." Jianchen beamed. "Senior, I hope you can tell me about the heavenly star powder. You're a saint ruler now, so just call me the heavenly enchantress. That's what everyone calls me." "I'm not used to being called senior all the time," said the heavenly enchantress indifferently and coldly. Jianchen hesitated slightly with that. He said, "All right, then please tell me about the heavenly star powder." The heavenly enchantress thought about it for a while before replying, "If I remember correctly, only the lunisolar cave has it. However, the lunisolar cave is extremely dangerous. There are many saint ruler corpses there, and there are even holy emperor corpses there. If you don't have the holy emperor's strength, you'll probably die there." "Where is the lunisolar cave?" Jianchen asked. "The lunisolar cave is not in the depths of the Sea of Stars. Instead, it's under an extremely well-hidden cliff in the central region. It leads underground and is extremely deep," said the heavenly enchantress. Jianchen looked at Ruijin and the mutated crocodile, Blackfish, and said, "Seniors, I hope you can help me out and go to the lunisolar cave to retrieve some heavenly star powder." "Whatever. We're free right now anyway. Ruijin, why don't we pay a visit to the lunisolar cave?" Blackfish was the first to speak up for Jianchen. As a golden divine dragon, Ruijin possessed a great status. Originally, he did not want to act as a hired thug for a junior he was not familiar with, but he could only agree when he heard what Blackfish had said. He said, "All right, I'll go with you to the lunisolar cave then." Jianchen's group of 4 immediately flew toward the central region of the Sea of Stars. They returned to the region where they had gathered heavenly resources with the white tiger very soon. Afterward, they finally found the entrance to the lunisolar cave under a cliff according to the heavenly enchantress description. The entrance to the lunisolar cave was a huge hole that was 100 meters wide. It led underground and was completely dark, so it was impossible to tell how deep it was. At the same time, they could clearly smell the gloomy, bone-chilling wind that blew out from the cave as they stood at the edge of the hole. Ruijin stood at the edge of the cave as he stared at the pitch-black pit in interest. He frowned slightly, and his indifferent expression became rather stern at that moment. He said, "I can sense an unusual presence in the cave. This lunisolar cave is not as simple as it seems. The two of you should be careful when you go down." Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress were slightly surprised when they heard that. Even Ruijin, who had reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, became stern, so the two of them immediately became even more cautious. "Let's go in. I'd like to see just what dangers lie in there. I hope they don't disappoint me," Blackfish sneered confidently before jumping into the cave first. Afterward, Ruijin, Jianchen, and the heavenly enchantress jumped into the pitch-black cave at the same time. They rapidly descended. The lunisolar cave was pitch-black, where nothing could be seen. At the same time, saint ruler abilities were suppressed here, so Jianchen was unable to expand the senses of his soul, which had become much more powerful. He could only follow behind Ruijin by feeling as he descended into the cave. After descending around 3,000 meters, light gradually appeared below their feet. As they rapidly descended, the light grew larger and larger. In the end, it completely swallowed Jianchen, so Jianchen's vision was no longer dark. Instead, it was filled with multicolored light. It was extremely beautiful, and specks of light would flicker from time to time. They were densely packed together, flickering like stars in the sky. "This is the view of outer space, and it's an extremely rare nebula." Ruijin's surprised voice rang out from nearby. He said in surprise, "The appearance of this thing on Dragon Island will definitely cause an uproar." Strange, why don't I have any memories of this place in my inherited memories? Did this place only appear on Dragon Island after my ancestor was sucked into the artifact space? So this is the view of outer space. No wonder it's called the lunisolar cave. It must have been named because of this view, Jianshan murmured to himself as he came to a realization. As the view of outer space rapidly passed by them, Jianshan and the others felt like they were moving through outer space. Multicolored nebulas and flickering stars rapidly flowed through their eyes. The four of them continued to rapidly descend toward the bottom of the lunisolar cave. Who knew just how deep the cave was? The four of them had descended at least 5,000 meters, but they still had not reached the bottom. Along the way, the four of them came across quite a few saint ruler corpses, but they were all easily dealt with by Blackfish. They would come across a few holy emperor corpses from time to time, but they were unable to block a single palm strike from Blackfish. Very soon, the four of them had reached a depth of 10,000 meters, and the number of corpses they came across along the way rapidly increased. If Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress had come across these corpses, it would have definitely taken them quite a bit of effort. However, there were two Holy Emperor Ninth Heavenly Layer experts leading the way, so the Saint Ruler corpses were unable to stop the four of them, no matter how many there were. Blackfish only needed a single palm strike to cause over a dozen Saint Ruler corpses to collapse. As they rapidly descended, Jianshan gradually sensed that the cave seemed to be filled with a strange energy, causing the temperature to constantly change. It would be bone-chilling at times and unbearably hot at other times. It was as if they were constantly moving between two places with completely different temperatures. "This place really is a little strange," said Blackfish, who was leading the way at the very bottom. He had also sensed the abnormality of the cave. Ruijin constantly looked around and said with a deep voice, "This cave isn't naturally formed. I'm certain that this cave didn't exist on Dragon Island in the past. It only appeared after the changes on Dragon Island. And this cave is a straight line from the top to the bottom. It seems like something heavy fell from the sky and smashed into it. That makes sense. This cave is far too straight. It's a straight line without any twists and turns, and there's actually the starry sky here. Connecting all these things together, it really does seem like something from outer space fell on Dragon Island and smashed into such a deep hole," Blackfish agreed. The four of them continued to descend. Only after reaching a depth of 30,000 meters did they finally touch the ground. They had arrived at the bottom of the cave. The bottom of the cave was still filled with a colorful nebula. Countless starlight flickered in the faint nebula. It was as if there were stars floating in the universe. There were so many of them that they filled up the entire space. Jianshan glanced around and discovered that the bottom of the cave was very big. He couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. And in this place, he could sense that the strange energy had become even denser. The temperature in the surroundings was constantly changing between extreme cold and extreme heat. It's not fire elemental energy, water elemental energy, nor ice elemental energy. Just what kind of strange energy is this? Ruijin muttered to himself as he stared around. The mysterious energy that pervaded this place was not recorded in his inherited memories at all. At this moment, a scorching energy and an extremely cold energy fused together in the air. It immediately formed an energy that Jianshan and the others were unfamiliar with, yet also somewhat familiar. Chapter 841. When Jianshan, the heavenly enchantress, and Blackfish heard what Ruijin had said, they were all surprised. They immediately sensed it carefully and indeed discovered that the strange energy formed by the fusion of the two energies was extremely similar to the energy above Dragon Island. It seemed to be the same kind of energy. So that's how the strange energy on the Dragon Island was formed. Moreover, the extremely cold and extremely hot energy can only be found in the Luna Star Cave. The appearance of the Luna Star Cave is very strange. It's as if a meteorite fell from the sky. Could it be that the abnormality on the Dragon Island really came from here? Hey, you analyzed. The two energies won't appear out of nowhere. There must be a source, Jianchen said in a deep voice. He then began to look around. Jianchen, the heavenly enchantress, and Blackfish began to look around the bottom of the Luna Star cave as well. They hoped to find the source of the two energies. This presence is really familiar, but it's not. Qing Sua's bell-like voice suddenly rang out in Jianchen's head. Qing Sua, do you recognize the energy here? Jianchen communicated with Qing Sua mentally. Master, the energy here is indeed rather familiar, but it's not that kind of energy, Ziying replied to Jianchen. Jianchen sank into his thoughts. He said nothing and continued to look around. After traveling 100 meters, a speck of dust on the ground attracted Jianchen's attention. Jianchen crouched down and gently picked up a speck of dust from the ground. He studied it carefully before smiling. Stardust. This is stardust. I've finally found it. I never thought that stardust would actually come from the Luna Star cave. Raising his eyes to look, he could only see these flickering specks of heavenly star powder spread out on the ground like a layer of fine sand, covering the entire land, and he couldn't see the end of it. Jianchen did not hesitate at all after finding the powder. He immediately pulled out a pouch from his space ring and began to collect it in large amounts. In the outside world, heavenly star powder was known as spirit-gathering powder. Aside from being able to refine the azulate dual swords, it could also gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was extremely helpful to cultivators, and if enough spirit-gathering powder was placed in a sect, it could immediately cause the spiritual chi of the sect to explosively increase, increasing everyone's cultivation speed and laying a solid foundation for the sect to become a great power in the future. Stardust is of great use to Changyang Prefecture. Now that I've come here after so much difficulty, I have to collect some more, Jianchen thought. Master, the stardust on the ground is of inferior quality. You don't have to collect it. If you want to collect it, just take the floating stardust. Ziying's voice suddenly in Jianchen's head. Zing. What? Inferior quality? Jianchen was stunned. He looked at the heavenly star powder that had already filled up half of his pocket. He then looked at the specks of light floating in the air like twinkling stars. He saw that every single speck of light was the size of a grain of rice. They were much larger than the fine grains of heavenly star powder on the ground, and the light they gave off was much brighter as well. They were extremely beautiful. Jianchen asked curiously, Zing, are these also stardust? Yes, Master. These specks floating in the air are also stardust. In terms of quality, they are all of superior quality. They are much better than the inferior stardust on the ground. Ziying's confident voice sounded in Jianchen's head. Jianchen looked at the heavenly star powder that was already half filled. He hesitated for a moment, but he didn't throw it away. He tied a knot in the bag and put it into his space ring. He then took out another bag from his space ring and began to collect the heavenly star powder that was floating in the air. The floating stardust was extremely scattered, so Jianchen collected them at an extremely slow pace. He used his hands to grab them one by one. Come over quickly. At this moment, the heavenly enchantress voice rang out from afar. Jianchen immediately stopped collecting the stardust when he heard her voice. He quickly ran over to where the heavenly enchantress was. When Jianchen arrived, he discovered that Ruijin and Blackfish had already arrived before him. A human corpse lay before the three of them. He had no idea how long he had been dead, but his appearance had not changed at all. He remained the same as before. Jianchen studied the corpse in curiosity. He could sense a strange energy constantly entering the corpse from the surroundings before slowly fusing with the corpse's bones. This strange energy was the energy that could only be produced by the fusion of extremely cold and extremely hot energy. This is a saint ruler. Looks like he's already been dead for 1,000 years, but his corpse shows no signs of decay at all, Ruijin said with a heavy voice. Heiyu stared at the corpse with shining eyes and said, I can sense that some sort of mutation is happening in his body. He's changing into the appearance of a walking corpse. It looks like the strange energy here allows the dead to possess an undying body, allowing them to survive in a strange way. At this moment, the corpse on the ground opened his eyes without any prior signs. His eyes were empty, without any light at all. Immediately, a great roar rang out from his mouth, echoing through the entire cavern. Afterward, the corpse stood up and threw a punch at Ruijin, who was closest to him. Ruijin sneered disdainfully. His hand struck the corpse's chest with lightning-like speed. The great force directly reduced the corpse to dust, which scattered into the air. However, before long, the dust that was still floating in the air immediately began to reassemble. It actually condensed back into its original form and struck toward Ruijin. Ruijin remained emotionless. He struck out again, reducing the corpse to dust once more. After this happened 6 times, the corpse finally ran out of energy and could no longer reassemble. It turned into a pile of white dust on the ground. Looks like the problem with the changes on Dragon Island really is here, Jianchen said with a heavy voice. Ruijin said gravely. His face was gloomy. He was almost certain that the lunisolar grotto was the main culprit behind the changes on Dragon Island. But where have my clansmen gone? Ruijin's face was filled with loneliness. He was probably the only dragon left in the world right now. Roar! At this moment, a great beast's roar rang out in the distance. Dense footsteps could be heard as countless corpses ran over from all directions. There were even over a dozen holy emperor-level experts among their tremendous presences. The heavenly enchantress and Jianchen both became rather stern, but Ruijin and Blackfish remained the same. They remained composed. Not long after, densely packed human silhouettes appeared in everyone's ears. The Luna Star Cavern was the place where the Walking Dead formed. The number of Walking Dead here was a lot more than the Dragon Island. They were all attracted by the roar of the first Walking Dead. I never thought that there would be so many of them here. Looks like there's at least several thousand of them. It'll be rather troublesome to kill these unkillable monsters. Ruijin, I'll leave them to you, Blackfish said to Ruijin. Ruijin glanced around and said, It will indeed take some effort to beat them to the point where they can't reform their bodies. Whatever, leave it to me. With that, Ruijin rapidly formed seals with his hands. He called out, Secret technique of the Dragon Clan, seal. An invisible force expanded in all directions in a circle with Ruijin at the center. It only gradually disappeared after reaching several kilometers. Along the way, all the corpses in the surroundings came to a halt. They remained frozen in their running posture, unable to move at all. Even the corpses with the strength of the Holy Emperor level were no exception. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings became extremely quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Jianchen was shocked when he saw this. He had witnessed Ruijin's terrifying strength once again. The power of the seal can't last for too long. It can only last for 2 hours. Let's go find the source of the strange power, Ruijin said. The 4 of them no longer split up. They gathered together and headed into the distance to search for the source of the strange power. Jianchen hung the pouch on his waist and followed behind the 3 of them as he collected the stardust floating in the air. As his hands danced, he basically turned into a blur as he collected the stardust nearby at an extremely terrifying speed. The heavenly enchantress noticed Jianchen as he collected the stardust. She immediately thought of the 12 precious stalks of dragon's saliva that Jianchen had given her in the artifact space. She hesitated slightly before saying, I'll help you collect it. With that, the zither of the demonic cry vanished from the heavenly enchantress' arms. She freed up her hands to help Jianchen collect the stardust. Thank you, heavenly enchantress. Jianchen shot a grateful smile at the heavenly enchantress. The heavenly enchantress did not say anything. Her soft, boneless hands danced quickly as she grabbed the stardust floating around her. She then tossed it into Jianshan's pouch. Blackfish, who walked at the front, turned his head to look at what Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress were doing. He snickered, "Who knows when you'll be able to collect all the specks of light like this? Whatever, let me help you out." With that, Blackfish immediately opened his mouth and called out, "Devour the world, absorb." A powerful suction force came from Heiyu's mouth, creating a gust of wind at the bottom of Moon Cave. It sucked in all of the sky star powder that was floating in the air before Heiyu. In just a few breaths of time, a large amount of sky star powder was floating in front of Heiyu. There was so much of it that it was impossible to count. Every grain of sky star powder that was the size of a grain of rice was tightly glued together, leaving no air behind. It had almost condensed into a meter-wide ball. Jianshan became tongue-tied when he saw this. Blackfish's Devour the World had basically sucked in all the stardust in a radius of several kilometers. If he had used his hands to collect so much stardust, it would have taken him an entire day at the very least. "Thank you, Senior." Jianshan clasped his fist at Blackfish in a hurry after returning to his senses. Blackfish smiled without minding at all. "It's nothing. It's nothing. Of course, if you really want to thank me, then if I suffer any serious injuries in the future and need the artifact spirit to heal me, you must ask the artifact spirit to help me recover. Just don't worry. If you need the artifact spirit, I will definitely assist you," Jianshan said. He also understood that Blackfish was not fated to receive his aunt's assistance. Chapter 842. Now, Jianshan's mission in the Sea of Illusory Stars could be considered complete. Not only had he collected enough dragon saliva grass and heavenly star powder, he even had quite a lot left over. The dragon saliva grass in particular was close to 1,000,000 years old. Coupled with the fact that they were almost extinct, it only made the dragon saliva grass even more precious. Every single one of them would be a priceless treasure on the Tian Yuan continent. "I've found another material to forge the azulate swords. I just wonder how many more I need," Jianshan thought. Jianshan thought to himself. He looked forward to the day when he would succeed with the azulate swords. He also had a very strong feeling that the power of the swords would not disappoint him. This could be seen from the sword spirits alone. To sword spirits, a sword was equivalent to a person's body and soul. If they lost their body, their soul would be extremely weak no matter how powerful it was. This could be seen from the deaths of saint rulers. Saint rulers were extremely powerful when they were alive, but once their bodies were destroyed and their souls escaped, they could easily be wiped out. The sword spirits were equivalent to living beings who had lost their bodies and only had their souls. They were already so powerful in their weakened state, so once they recovered and found a suitable body, Jianshan struggled to imagine just how powerful they would become. Although he had completed his mission in the Sea of Illusory Stars, Jianshan had no intentions of leaving. Instead, he explored the secrets of the lunisolar cave with Ruijin, Blackfish, and Blackfish. Jianshan was extremely curious about the changes that had occurred on Dragon Island in the past. Other than that, there was an energy that the sword spirits were familiar with. This was what Jianshan wanted to continue exploring. No one knew just how large the lunisolar cave was. Jianshan followed Ruijin and Blackfish for over 10 kilometers without reaching the end. However, after traveling over 30 kilometers, figures gradually appeared in their field of vision. These figures were all powerhouses of the human race and the beast race who had been reduced to walking corpses. They were frozen in their running motions. Jianshan's face immediately became strange when he saw this. These walking corpses were the people who had been trapped by Ruijin using a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. The four of them stopped at the same time. They all stared at the trapped corpses in shock. A while later, Ruijin finally said with a heavy voice, "We've actually returned. This lunisolar cave sure is wondrous. Is this a formation?" Blackfish sighed in amazement. "This formation is extremely profound. It's far more profound than the formations my dragon clan has grasped. I actually fell into the formation without noticing at all. Moreover, I didn't find any information about this formation in my inherited memories. Could it be that this formation was naturally formed after what happened to the Dragon Island? Rui-Jin murmured with furrowed brows. This is the 8 trigrams maze formation. How is this possible? The 8 trigrams maze formation is... How can it appear here? Suddenly, the sword spirit's shocked voices rang out in Jianshan's head. Xing Qing saw, do you recognize this formation? Is there a way to break through it? Jianshan asked curiously. We do recognize this formation. It's the 8 trigrams maze formation. However, how can this formation appear here? Is there someone in this world who knows the 8 trigrams maze formation? How is that possible? Xing's voice was filled with disbelief. He was extremely shocked. And this 8 trigrams maze formation is a complete formation. The person who set it up must know the 8 trigrams maze formation very well. Did someone come from the world we used to live in? Qing So murmured. He was filled with doubt. Xing Qing saw, we can't come to a conclusion right now. Just tell me if you have a way to break through this formation, Jianshan said. We're very familiar with this formation. Master, follow the steps I tell you, Xing said. Jianshan nodded slightly. He then said to Rui-Jin and the others, I have a way to break through this formation. Seniors, please follow behind me and follow my step. The 3 of them stared at Jianshan in surprise. Clearly, they were very surprised and doubtful that Jianshan could break through the formation. The 3 of them hesitated slightly before following behind Jianshan. They planned on trusting Jianshan for now. They wanted to see if he had a way to break through the formation or not. Pay attention to my steps. Don't make a mistake. You won't be able to make it out if you make a single mistake. Jianshan reminded everyone. He then connected with the sword spirits through his mind. He began to walk around in an extremely profound manner according to the sword spirit's instructions. There were a total of 49 steps to make it out of the formation. When Jianshan took the 8th step, his surroundings immediately began to change. He discovered that he had actually arrived in a vast expanse of outer space. Stars filled the sky in all directions. Afterward, Rui-Jin, Blackfish, and the heavenly enchantress all appeared behind Jianshan. When they discovered that they were in a vast expanse of outer space, all of them became stunned. They felt extremely shocked. This is truly a miraculous footwork. I only walked back and forth within a radius of 10 meters, and I actually arrived at this place. Is this scene in front of me an illusion, or have we really arrived at the outer space? Blackfish sighed in amazement. He found it rather difficult to tell whether this was an illusion or reality. Jianshan looked around and frowned. He closed his eyes in thought and said, This isn't an illusion. This is reality. We really have arrived in outer space. This formation was cast down by a terrifyingly powerful expert. He used the formation to connect the sky before creating a bridge that leads to an unknown place. Every step we take just happens to be a bridge that leads to the other side. Every step we take just happens to be on an extremely crucial point. If we make a single mistake, it'll be equivalent to stepping off the bridge and falling into the water. Then what will happen if we fall into the water? Rui-Jin asked with a heavy voice. Although Jianshan's words sounded like a fantasy to the 3 of them, they did not doubt him at all. Jianshan communicated with the sword spirits and told them what he had learned from them. I don't know either. This formation connects the sky and the earth, so it's extremely vast. Everything before us is real. We've already arrived in outer space through the bridge created by the formation. Only by stepping on the bridge can we reach the end. If we make a single mistake, we might return to the bottom of the lunisolar cave, or we might become lost in the vast universe, never to find our way back. Even though Rui-Jin and Blackfish's strength had reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperors, their faces changed when they heard Jianshan's words. They were very powerful, but that was only on the Tianyuan continent. In outer space they were insignificant. This was because outer space was a place that even the Holy Emperor did not dare to set foot in. At the very least, the Holy Emperor did not dare to venture too far, or he would become lost. He would not even be able to tell up from down, left from right. It's hard to imagine just how terrifying the person who cast down this formation is. They've actually cast down a formation in outer space. It's unbelievable. Black Fish sighed in amazement as he expressed his sincere respect and admiration. Even experts like the Holy Emperor can't do something like this. Maybe only experts who have surpassed the Holy Emperor can do something like this. I just don't know if this has anything to do with the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, Ruijin said with a heavy voice. Let's not talk about that for now. Everyone, follow me closely. Don't get separated, or it'll be dangerous, Jianshan sternly said as he slowly and profoundly advanced. They immediately stopped talking. They carefully followed Jianshan's footsteps. With every step they took, the surrounding space would change slightly, as if they could cross an extremely great distance with every step. When the four of them had taken 30 steps, the scenery before them suddenly changed. The surrounding space had vanished, and they had arrived in a tunnel that was 10 meters wide. The surroundings of the tunnel were chaotic, so they could not see anything. This is a spatial tunnel, Jianshan said with a heavy voice. What's a spatial tunnel? The heavenly enchantress asked out of curiosity. This was the first time she had heard of a spatial tunnel. I don't know either. Jianshan shook his head. He had learned this from the sword spirits, so he was extremely unfamiliar with everything here. Many things had even exceeded his knowledge. The heavenly enchantress, Black Fish, and Ruijin all rolled their eyes at Jianshan. They all cursed inside. How can you say that if you don't know anything? They walked through the tunnel step by step. When they reached the 40th step, the tunnel suddenly began to violently tremble. Afterward, a powerful storm of energy suddenly appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching Jianshan's group. Jianshan's face suddenly changed. He cried out, "Oh no, we've encountered a spatial storm that's commonly seen in outer space. Let's move faster." With that, Jianshan suddenly sped up, quickly moving forward. The three of them became extremely stern as well. They all followed closely behind Jianshan. They had no idea if they could return if they became lost in the boundless outer space. The spatial storm attacked from behind, rapidly moving toward Jianshan's group of four. They were forced to move forward as quickly as they could. Jianshan no longer cared about the four of them. He quickly moved forward and reached the 49th step very quickly. When he reached the 49th step, the area before Jianshan suddenly opened up. The spatial tunnel and the spatial storm had all vanished. He seemed to have arrived in another world. The surroundings were calm and there was no danger at all. Jianshan did not have the time to study the unfamiliar world. He hurriedly turned around and saw the space ripple. The heavenly enchantress in a violet dress appeared before Jianshan in some panic. Her forehead was covered in sweat, clearly from being overly nervous. The heavenly enchantress immediately let out a sigh of relief when she saw that she had finally left the damned tunnel. She roughly looked around before turning around, waiting for Ruijin and Black Fish to arrive. Very soon, 10 seconds passed. Ruijin and Black Fish did not appear before Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress. Jianshan's expression became ugly. He had an ill omen. He said with a heavy voice, "Have the two seniors been sucked into the spatial storm?" The heavenly enchantress' expression changed slightly when she heard that. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Let's wait a little longer. With the Holy Emperor's strength at the 9th heavenly layer, he shouldn't be in too much danger." Jianshan and the heavenly enchantress waited for another 2 hours, but Ruijin and Black Fish still did not arrive. "Looks like the two of them really can't make it," Hanli said with a heavy voice. His expression was very ugly. Although he had not known Ruijin and Black Fish for very long, the two of them had still helped Jianshan in the past, so Jianchen felt rather uncomfortable. Moreover, losing the two of them was equivalent to losing two very powerful fighters. The heavenly enchantress sat nearby silently with her zither. Her face was stern. The dangers in this unfamiliar world were unknown. Without the two holy emperors' ninth heavenly layer experts, their future path would be extremely difficult. Their lives might even be in danger. Chapter 843. Jianchen calmed down very soon. He glanced around and discovered that he was currently in a boundless plain. The plain was desolate, without a single blade of grass. There were no signs of life at all. There was no sun or stars in the sky of this world. The entire sky was hazy, without even a single cloud. The heavenly enchantress stood up as well. She sternly looked around and said, "How do we get back?" Jianchen thought about it and said, "I don't know either, but the person who cast down the formation on Dragon Island spent so much effort to create a path through space, so I think there must be some sort of secret hidden here. It definitely won't be that simple. Let's go and see if we can find anything unexpected here." Jianchen led the way forward. The heavenly enchantress hesitated before following Jianchen. She had no idea how to get back in this foreign world. The only thing she could do right now was follow by Jianchen's side and hope that Jianchen could find a way back. At this moment, an ancient and desolate presence appeared in the distance. It was vast and majestic, rapidly spreading over with a soul-shaking presence. Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress faces both changed when they sensed the desolate presence. They felt so puny before the presence, as if they were facing a boundless expanse of space. They were so puny that they could not even be compared to ants. In the face of this aura, the two of them could not even muster the slightest thought of resisting. Soon afterward, a black and a white pillar of light appeared in the distance. They were like two pillars that pierced the sky, radiating with an ancient and desolate presence. Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress subconsciously looked at the two pillars of light. Their heads rumbled as they saw an unfamiliar scene at the same time. They saw the beginning of the world, the beginning of chaos, and the evolution of the world. "Wake up!" At this moment, a shout rang out in Jianchen's head, rousing him. The scene of chaos rapidly vanished, returning to reality. The sword spirits, Ziying and Qing Sua, had already appeared above Jianchen's head. Jianchen was not the only one who had roused. Even the heavenly enchantress beside him had been roused by the sword spirit's shout. The heavenly enchantress immediately noticed Ziying and Qing Sua above Jianchen after rousing. Surprise and curiosity immediately filled her eyes. "Ziying, Qing Sua, what did I just see?" Jianchen asked. The scene of the primordial chaos constantly appeared in his head. "Master, don't think about these things right now. Your current level of cultivation is far too low. You can't come into contact with things on that level. If I don't wake you up, your consciousness will forever be lost in the primordial chaos until your consciousness disperses," Ziying sternly said. "Ziying is right. Master, you can't come into contact with those things right now, or only death will await you," Qing Sua agreed. "The primordial chaos? Was what I just saw the formation of this world?" The heavenly enchantress also heard the sword spirit's voice and murmured. Qing Sua looked at the heavenly enchantress and said, "That's not a scene formed by this world. Instead, it's a scene that formed the entire universe, the entire starry sky. In short, you can't come into contact with things on that level. Knowing too much won't do you any good." "Then why do you know so much about it? Also, who are you?" the heavenly enchantress asked out of curiosity. She was unable to tell whether the sword spirits were humans or ghosts now. Ziying and Qing Sua did not continue to pay attention to the heavenly enchantress. They both looked at the black and white pillars of light that shot into the sky. Their expressions were mixed, both stern and pleasantly surprised. "This is a strand of yin and yang qi condensed from the primordial chaos. So it really is them. No wonder I found the presence of the energy at the bottom of the lunisolar cave to be rather familiar. The energy there has been infected by the presence here, which is why it possesses a familiar presence, Ziying murmured. What? Yin and Yang Qi? Jianchen was surprised. He knew the origins of the sword spirits extremely well because they were condensed from Yin and Yang Qi. They had only gained sentience after countless years. Is the Yin and Yang Qi the same power as your original bodies? Jianchen followed up with a question. The heavenly enchantress immediately became surprised when she heard that. She stared at Ziying and the sword spirits in shock. She had never thought that the two of them were actually condensed from a ball of mysterious energy. The sword spirits nodded at the same time. Ziying said, "That's right. Master, let's go take a look. If we can absorb the Yin and Yang Qi, we should be able to recover quite a lot of our strength." Ziying became slightly excited. Jianchen rejoiced inside when he heard that. Without any hesitation, he immediately made his way over. The heavenly enchantress hesitated for a while before following behind Jianchen. As soon as Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress approached the Yin and Yang Qi, an extremely cold and extremely hot energy suddenly appeared, permeating the surroundings. Jianchen suddenly trembled and came to a halt. His face immediately became bright red as a terrifying heat radiated from his body. Jianchen immediately sat down. His face had already become red and hot. He only felt an extremely hot energy enter his body. It was like a piece of red-hot iron, destroying his body with its terrifying heat. Even with the toughness of his chaotic body, he was unable to resist it. Even his chaotic force was unable to extinguish it. Instead, it slowly flowed into his head. The heavenly enchantress' face suddenly changed at the same time. She immediately paled as an extremely cold presence radiated from her, causing the ground to show signs of freezing. She encountered the same situation as Jianchen, but the energy in her body had turned from extremely hot to extremely cold. Wherever the cold energy passed by, her vitality would freeze. The cold energy spread toward her head, as if it was about to freeze her soul. Ziying Qing saw, "What is this energy? Even my chaotic force can't resist it." Jianchen contacted the sword spirits in a hurry. He had no way of stopping the spread of the energy. Once the energy entered his sea of consciousness, he had no idea whether his soul would burn. Oh no, this is the Supreme Yin Force and Supreme Yang Force that have been separated from the Yin and Yang Qi. The Supreme Yin Force and Supreme Yang Force are extremely pure. Master can't resist it with his current strength, Ziying cried out. The Yin Force and the Yang Force are formed from chaotic force when the universe was first formed. Can't my chaotic force suppress it? Jianchen became slightly worried. Master, your chaotic force is far too weak. It can't be regarded as true chaotic force, so it's not the opponent of the Supreme Yang Force, Qing Suo explained. Then what should I do? Is there any way to stop the Supreme Yang Force? Jian Chen's voice became more and more frantic. The Supreme Yang Force within him radiated with terrifying heat, such that even his chaotic body was unable to withstand it for too long. His organs felt like they were about to be incinerated as he experienced intense pain. Red waves of air could vaguely be seen radiating from Jianchen's body. This was the heat from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to rapidly rise. However, the heavenly enchantress sat beside Jianchen with her eyes closed. Her face was filled with pain as she radiated with an extremely cold presence, causing a thick layer of ice to form a meter around her. Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress had absorbed the Supreme Yang Force and the Supreme Yin Force respectively, so they radiated with a presence of extreme coldness and extreme heat. The two presences were completely opposite, forming a stark contrast. Ziying hovered above Jianchen's head and glanced at the heavenly enchantress who radiated with a terrifying coldness. He hesitated before replying, "Master, I do have an idea, but it'll probably make things difficult for you." "What is it? Tell me, I can't last much longer," Jianchen hurriedly said. The supreme yang force within him was like a roaring fire, slowly spreading toward his consciousness. Master, you and the woman beside you have absorbed the supreme yin force and the supreme yang force respectively. If you want to nullify this power, you need to work together and use a method of balancing the two powers. After that, you'll be able to absorb them and reap great benefits, Ziying explained. Her expression was rather strange. What exactly should we do? Jianchen asked in a hurry. The exact method is. Ziying immediately explained the method to Jianchen in detail. Jianchen's expression immediately became strange after learning the method of balancing the yin and yang. He bitterly smiled. Ziying, you're not joking, right? How can I do that? Is there no other method? Chapter 844. Master, there's no other way. This is the only way to resolve the supreme yin force and supreme yang force right now. The supreme yin force and supreme yang force are extremely pure. Once you absorb them, not only will it increase your strength, but it'll also allow your body and soul to adapt to the energy. Even if you come across the supreme yin force and supreme yang force again in the future, you won't end up like this, Ziying sternly explained. However, Ziying hid a few things from Jianchen. Even if the supreme yang force within Jianchen spread to his sea of consciousness, it would not cause any harm to Jianchen because Ziying was condensed from the supreme yang force. However, they could only protect Jianchen. They could not save the heavenly enchantress. Jianchen's expression became strange. He was hesitant, struggling to make up his mind. The method Ziying had mentioned was the act of sexual intercourse between a man and a woman, which made him feel extremely troubled. Suddenly, Jianchen's face began to twitch in pain. His face was filled with pain. The supreme yang force within him burned more and more vigorously with his life force and flesh as fuel. It seemed to have turned into a roaring fire that had already spread to Jianchen's chest. It was getting closer and closer to his head. Jianchen's entire body became as red as a piece of hot metal, so red that it glowed. The terrifying heat had already reduced his clothes to ashes. Arg! A deep cry rang out from the side. It was filled with pain. The heavenly enchantress radiated with coldness. The coldness from the supreme yin force had already turned half of her body into an ice sculpture. What kind of power is this? It's so terrifying. Am I going to die here today? The heavenly enchantress' face was filled with sorrow. She had already tried countless methods, but she was unable to stop the coldness from spreading through her body. Jianchen also knew that he and the heavenly enchantress were in danger when he sensed the danger rapidly approaching them. He still said, "Heavenly enchantress, I have a way to resolve this crisis." Jianchen told the heavenly enchantress what Ziying had told him. The heavenly enchantress became both furious and embarrassed when she heard what Jianchen had said. She viciously glared at Jianchen as uncontainable fury filled her eyes. "What do you mean? Don't even think about it? I'd rather die than." "I won't." Just when she reached there, her face changed once again. A painful grunt rang out from her throat. Her situation was worsening, reaching a point where she was on the brink of death. The supreme yin force within her could freeze all life, so when it reached her head, her soul would be frozen as well. In the end, she would slowly be assimilated by the supreme yin force and die. Jianchen's face became redder and redder. The supreme yang force roasted his body like a cauldron, radiating with terrifying heat. If it were not for his chaotic force, any other saint ruler would have been melted by the sliver of supreme yang force. They would not have been able to last so long. Even holy emperor experts were no exception. The yin and yang forces were born from chaos. They were true chaos, incomparable to Jianchen's half-baked chaotic force. Just a sliver of the yin and yang forces was enough to kill saint rulers or even holy emperors. Master, there's not much time left. In a dozen or so breaths of time, the yang energy in your body will spread to your sea of consciousness. Moreover, the woman beside you will also end up with her body and soul destroyed. Ziying's voice was rather frantic. If they missed this opportunity, the supreme yang force within Jianchen would have been wasted for nothing. Jianchen hesitated. He looked at the heavenly enchantress beside him, who was in agony and had mostly been frozen. His gaze gradually became determined. He clenched his teeth and directly lunged toward the heavenly enchantress, using his arms to hug her frozen body. The heavenly enchantress immediately opened her eyes. Her enchanting eyes had lost their usual composure and were filled with panic. She tried her best to raise her frozen arms in an attempt to push Jianchen away, but she was unable to do so in her current state. "What are you doing? You bastard, go away!" The heavenly enchantress' voice was filled with panic. She was a strong woman who protected her body. Even if she died here, she would never allow anyone to taint her body. "Heavenly enchantress, please forgive me. This is the only way for us to survive or we'll die," Jianchen said rather bitterly. He had no choice but to do this. "Why, you bastard, go away, go away!" The heavenly enchantress pushed Jianchen away with great difficulty. She wanted to make Jianchen leave her body, but she was unable to do so. Jianchen hugged the heavenly enchantress tightly. The coldness from the heavenly enchantress just happened to be the bane of supreme yang force. When the two energies of extreme coldness and extreme heat collided, they actually showed signs of neutralizing each other, causing the two energies to weaken slightly. The thick layer of ice on the heavenly enchantress showed signs of melting as well. Before long, all the ice melted and she returned to her normal state. Although their situation had improved slightly, that was only outside of their bodies. The danger within them was still present. The two energies of Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang still existed. Jianchen did not have the time to savor the wonderful feeling as he hugged the heavenly enchantress. He said softly, "Apologies, heavenly enchantress." With that, Jianchen closed his eyes and directly tore off a piece of the heavenly enchantress' clothes. "Arg! What are you doing? You bastard, let go of me!" The heavenly enchantress cried out. She began to struggle violently as she began to resist as hard as she could. At this moment, the Supreme Yang and Supreme Yin force within Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress had already reached their neck. Time was extremely tight. Jianchen would not use his life to protect his chastity like the heavenly enchantress. In order to survive this crisis, he could not care less. Ignoring the heavenly enchantress' violent struggles, Jianchen immediately began to move. There was not much time left. If he hesitated any longer, their lives would be in danger. Very soon, the heavenly enchantress' clothes were removed, revealing her white skin. It was as smooth as jade and as white as a baby's. "You bastard, let go of me. If you really do that, I'll never forgive you. Let go of me." The heavenly enchantress resisted with all her might. Under normal circumstances, she would never treat Jianchen with any importance, but she had no choice right now. The Supreme Yin force was wreaking havoc within her, so she was unable to use her abilities against Jianchen. "Heavenly enchantress, if we don't deal with the problem within us, we'll both die." Jianchen can't die yet." "You bastard!" Heavy panting sounds came from the desolate plains, adding some life to this dead world. The sounds continued for almost an hour before it gradually calmed down. There was no more movement, causing the desolate plains to once again return to its former deathly silence. Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress lay naked on the plains. Their eyes were closed and they were unconscious. No one knew whether they were asleep or unconscious. The veil covering the heavenly enchantress' face had been removed, revealing her true appearance. Her beauty could no longer be described as alluring. It was suffocating. Her beauty seemed to have surpassed the limits of the world and reached a whole new level. She should not have existed in this world. The soil around the heavenly enchantress' waist had already been dyed red by blood, adding a different color to the gloomy land. Claw marks crisscrossed on Jianchen's back. They did not pierce through Jianchen's body, but they left behind clear white marks. The two of them lay on the icy ground like that, either in a deep slumber or unconscious. They did not wake up for quite some time. Time passed silently. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During those 3 days, Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress remained unconscious. They remained in the same position without moving at all. In the distance, the black and white pillars of light still existed. They radiated with strands of supreme yin force and supreme yang force that slowly merged with the two of them. However, the supreme yin force and supreme yang force were no longer able to cause any harm to the two unconscious people. As soon as they entered their bodies, they were immediately reconciled by yin and yang, turning into a gentle energy that was absorbed by the two of them. A portion of the energy fused into their bodies, while the other portion fused into their brains, causing their souls to undergo subtle changes. At the same time, they became even more powerful. At this moment, the black and white pillars of light that pierced the sky slowly vanished. As soon as they vanished, the supreme yin force and supreme yang force that permeated the surroundings vanished as well. A gentle breeze blew by and Jianchen, who had been unconscious for 3 whole days, finally woke up slowly. He slowly opened his eyes. Having just woken up, Jianchen clearly did not understand his current situation. He subconsciously twisted his body, but as soon as he twisted, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. This was because he did not subconsciously believe that he was lying on the ground. Instead, it was a ball of soft, warm material. At the same time, a numbing moan rang out by Jianchen's ear. It was slightly painful. Jianchen's movement had alarmed the heavenly enchantress as well.